Well, it's an honor to be with you. We're doing very well in the polls, as you've probably heard. They're getting very big numbers, Byron. They're getting much bigger than even anticipated. So I don't know what that means. That's a poll in itself, but the early voting seems to be even far bigger than we thought, and we had great expectations. People are not loving her, and why should she? She didn't show up for the big Catholic event. This hasn't happened in decades. She didn't show up. She gave a very short tape, and it was not an appropriate tape either, but she probably hasn't figured that out yet. And we should have gotten about 100% of the Catholic vote last night because I showed up. But I think we're doing very well, and we're going to find out very soon. And what I'd like to do is maybe before saying anything, I'll finalize it out, but maybe we can go through the folks and we can see what they have to say and how you've been doing. And I know one thing, everybody did better 4 and 5 and 6 years ago than they're doing now. That's one thing I know. So why don't we do that? And then we can maybe say a few words. You know, you have a great gentleman running for the Senate, and he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he's a very talented guy, and I hear he's it's not easy, you know, to win these things. It's not easy, but he's doing a great job. He's taken, I hear he's taking a lead. We'll see what happens, but I hear he's taking a lead. So, Mike, we'll talk in a couple of minutes. How about we'll go through it pretty quick, Dale, and then I'm going over to make a little speech in front of 10,000 people. You think this is an easy life I have, right? I go from here, I say, am I finished? They say, no, sir, you have one more speech. Oh, good, where is it? What is it, 20 minutes, 30 minutes away? Is anybody going? It's about, we'll get you in 10,000 people. But, so Dale, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Dale, take it away.
You're looking good, Dale. Look at the arms on this guy. He's almost
Mr. President, real quick, one thing
before
Dale begins.
Yes.
Understand, Dale's a third-generation union worker, dedicated Teamster car hauler. So I know Dale has a lot of concerns about the auto industry. So Dale, please.
A healthy-looking guy, too.
Go right ahead. Yes, sir.
I believe Donald Trump will protect the Michigan. He will end Harris electric vehicle mandate that has crippled Michigan. Plans to He has plans to impose 200% tariffs on all auto companies that want to ship our jobs out of the country. He will save our jobs. He will put American workers first. I don't know if you know, I don't know if you heard, but us Teamsters here in Michigan love Donald J. Trump. We voted.
Thank you.
We voted, and the results are loud and clear. Michigan Teamsters voted 62% Trump, 35% Harris.
Thank you, Dale.
President Trump, the Teamsters I work with have a message for you. They are voting for you because they know you'll fight. You will fight and save their jobs, fight and save America. Never back down, never surrender. Fight, fight, fight.
Well, Dale, thank you. And I just want to say, you know Sean O'Brien, right? Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, and He's a great guy. And they took a vote nationally, and I won by similar numbers nationally. And that's an honor. I mean, that's really an honor. I think it's been many decades before they endorsed a Republican. I think they'll start very soon. But we had rank and file Teamsters all over the country by numbers similar to that. And I have some good news for you on the automobile business in Michigan. I'll wait till we finish up maybe and talk about it, because you're going to have a lot of competition in Mexico, and that competition is not going to happen anymore. But I want to thank you. I want to thank the Teamsters also. I see another guy over there with that shirt. I can't miss him, right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hi. Oh, you do? Is he easy to work for or tough?
You see my grandbaby too?
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, that's good. That's good genes.
Got my little girl there too.
That's good genes, I can tell you. I look at him. You got the best. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we also have with us your great friend, Howard Lutnick, CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. Howard, based upon the last question, what are your thoughts about what we can do to reverse course in the auto industry, save it, bring those jobs back here in America?
So, for those of you who remember, my firm is Cantor Fitzgerald, and we were located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. So I lost my brother Gary, I lost my best friend, I lost 658 people that day. And so I understand what it means to have jihad, right? And there's a big difference between jihad and wonderful Muslim workers in Michigan. They are not the same thing. We need to crush jihad from this earth, and we need Donald J. Trump to do it. So, I like, my friend, the president, said the other day that tariffs are his favorite word in the dictionary. What people should understand is that to protect, so what happened when Bill Clinton left office, he did NAFTA, which was another word to say gut Michigan, right? He let all the work go to Mexico, right? And he opened the door in a different kind of border opening. There was a work border opening. And so the tariff model is pretty simple. Lock that door. Bring it back here. Bring the jobs here, bring the factories here. So here's an idea for you that we've talked about. Set significant tariffs out there, and if you open your factory here within 2 years, we'll give you the credit for your tariff, but bring it here. Let's employ our workers here. Let's create power from our workers, who are the best. They are the core of America, right? So, when I first met Donald Trump, I didn't really understand tariffs, and he taught me. And now, I'm just trying right behind them to say, I love the way tariffs take care of America. They will build us. They'll build us stronger. And I run his transition. And so what does transition mean? That means when my friend becomes the 47th president of the United States of America, I promise you, the greatest field of people ever to walk into a government is going to join him on January 20th. I have the best business leaders in the country, the best politicians who want to serve the crowd amongst the 80 million Republicans, that we can have the best of the best join him to create the most extraordinary government you have ever seen to protect you and to build the America that he wants to build. They will be loyal to him. They will have fidelity to him. They will follow his policies. And this will be the most extraordinary government you've ever seen. And I am the proudest person to serve Donald J. Trump and help him be the 47th president of the United States of America.
Well, thank you very much, Howard. He's being very modest, I have to tell you. This guy is one of the leaders on Wall Street, one of the most respected people in all of business, and certainly all of Wall Street. There's nobody really like him. And he's being very modest. He lost on that horrible day. He lost his entire firm, other than some people in Europe, a few, small group. And he saw it happen. He was driving down the West Side Highway. And he's always in the office at 6 o'clock in the morning, so he would have been there. This was at 8 o'clock. But his wife was just so angry at him because she wanted him to take their child to school, because he just doesn't do it, and he won't do it, and he hasn't done it for years. And this was the one day that he wasn't there at 6 o'clock in the morning, because he took his child to school, and at about 8:50, which is just as the plane was striking, he was driving down the highway looking at the World Trade Center. This was the only day in years that he wasn't in that building. And do you ever thank your wife, and do you ever thank your child? But it was amazing. And there are miracles in life. We have miracles and we have help up there, Howard and Mike.
You and me together, baby. You and me together.
In my opinion. But at just the end of that, so he lost, when you saw this, they had the top 3 floors, the top, great firm, and they couldn't get out. There was no way they were getting out. Some of the people were calling their wives, their family. I think you were speaking to your brother, right?
Yeah, my sister spoke to my brother.
Yes,
Say
speaking to your
goodbye.
brother up there, they knew it was, probably knew it was the end. And Howard sought to rebuild the firm, and he spent a lot of time, a lot of everything, a lot of effort. Most people would have said it was an impossible thing to do. And he rebuilt it bigger, better, stronger. But the big thing is he gave a big chunk of it for a long period of time to the families of those that died in the building. And who would do that? Who would do that? And so he rebuilt Cantor Fitzgerald into something bigger than it was, which was pretty hard to do. And there are a lot of people that love this guy. He's a special guy, a real talent, by the way, a real talent, a brilliant business talent. So he's in charge with a couple of other people we have that are great, work along with him. But he's in charge of that whole transition process, which is a very important process. I love these exploding mics, don't you? No, it's good for emphasis, you know. It explodes every time. Yeah, right. It explodes every time you're about to make an important point, so it's okay. It's not bad. I don't know. Normally I say, don't pay the guy that supplied the mics, you know, but and then they say, Trump doesn't want to pay, but, you know, it's one of those things. But I just want to thank you for doing a great job, Howard. You really have. And we'll get on, and perhaps we can ask Nancy, how are we doing?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Good. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Jaffer. I'm a Lebanese-American Muslim entrepreneur.
Good.
I am a psychologist and a holistic wellness practitioner.
Good.
I own a wellness center in Dearborn, Michigan. It's called Evolution Empowerment. And I'm not really here to talk about the economy because with that regard, I have utter faith in you, and you're golden to me. What I am here, you're welcome. What I am here to discuss is the health crisis. And it is exactly that. It's really a crisis in this country. We are the sickest population in the world, and we find it status quo that we spend more money on healthcare than any other country. So we have a system that is looking to obtain lifelong consumers. We're not really looking for cure or healing, and that's very concerning to me. Before I became a holistic practitioner, I was a school psychologist, and I worked for the public schools for over a decade, and I was constantly frustrated with the incessant overdiagnosis and overmedicating and overlabeling of small children. I don't know another country that finds it appropriate to give a 5-year-old 3 different pharmaceutical drugs, including an antipsychotic. And this is to manage misbehavior. They are not looking for root cause. We're not looking for toxicity. We're not looking for gut health issues or fluoride or food or diet and then getting into the food itself. I mean, we ingest poison. Countries all over the world will never accept their citizens to ingest what we take in every day and what our children take in every day.
You must love Bobby Kennedy, right?
I do.
I think so. You sound like Bobby Kennedy to me.
And the thing that I think is even more concerning is that we are inundated with these endocrine disrupting chemicals. And they have these long-term detrimental effects on the reproductive system of both men and women. Fertility rates are down, sperm is lower than it's ever been. It's terrifying to me, honestly. And my purpose is to constantly use every single opportunity to raise awareness about these topics and to hold our agencies accountable for the fact that we put them in place to protect us, not to harm us. So I also have a purpose to let people know that you don't need to take a narcotic every time you feel a little pain, or that you don't need to be on 3 different antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications to mask a mental health symptom. And certainly to let parents know that it is not okay for birth control to be the first line of defense when your daughter has acne, when your 14-year-old daughter has acne. I find our system archaic. I think it is toxic and it's corrupt, frankly. And what hurts me the most is that people who are out here giving Americans an opportunity to think differently and try natural routes are the ones that are being relentlessly censored. I see miracles, honestly, at my center every day. People heal rapidly before my eyes with no side effects, but nobody is talking about that. Because the chokehold that Big Pharma has and big agriculture has on us is criminal. And it needs to stop.
Nancy, thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy.
So when I heard about Robert Kennedy and Make America Healthy Again, I felt a glimmer of hope that I haven't felt in a very long time. I have to say I am genuinely terrified for humanity in general. The world needs healing, and I can only hope that you and your campaign are the catalyst for that, because I know for sure the other team is not.
That's right.
I think you should actually set up a meeting with Bobby Kennedy and the whole group, and because I see you're into it. You have the same fervor that he has. And so I think it would be maybe
Thank you.
very interesting
I would love that.
for all of you. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have with us Jim Taganelli. I got it right, didn't I, Jim? Yes, sir. Jim is the president of the Police Officers Association right here in Michigan. He's been in law enforcement here for decades. Jim, tell us about your concerns about public safety, not just here in Michigan, and tell us also about what it really means to have support for police officers, and when that support is not here, how it demoralizes the police force.
Thank you, Congressman. Pleasure to be with you, sir. As you know, we've been endorsing you every time, and we'll continue to, and we'll never be out of your corner.
Thank you.
We represent about 13,000 police officers in Michigan. It's about 3/4 of the group. And I don't know anybody here that would want to live or invest or work in a town where they're not safe. So no matter what you do, money-wise, no matter what you do with everything else in your life, if you don't feel safe, you're not going to want to go to the restaurant, you're not going to want to pump gas in your own car. And our job, the open borders has been an issue with us. We've talked about this a little before, but what's happened is the honor and luster that came with the badge, the people that wore the badge. I'll go back to the Old West. The badge meant something. When people saw it, it meant something. And it did even when I was on the job, still pushing a car around. And that luster has tarnished. And to get the shine back is a lot harder than it is to lose it. Here in Michigan, we have 700 fewer police officers than we had in 2020. And that's a significant number when you look at it. It means everybody's working more hours, mandated overtime and such. But the worst part of that is our academies that once had a waiting list are now empty or half full at best. And our best recruits, I was with some high school students the other day, the best recruits we have for police, it's a different kind of a job. It's a culture, I call it. It's not for everyone. Everyone here shouldn't want to be a police officer. We don't want you all to be police officers, to be honest with you. But the truth is, when we go to high schools, just like the military, the kids that we need are not 28 years old. They're 16, 17 years old. And our best recruiters over the years were their senior officers, their dad, their uncle, their grandpa, who are now telling them, you're out of your mind, don't do it. We have no retirement health care, so if they retire at 55, they're on their own till 65 when Medicare kicks in. They have no pensions anymore. They get a 401k, but I don't know how long you're going to live. That's not a real way to retire at 55. And it's really not wages that's killing our recruiting. It's the pensions, it's the health care, but it's that desire to become one, that desire to become a police officer. The open border, what it really did was take the old stop police thing that we used to be able to get away with and just vaporized it. Nobody stops at the border. They don't stop on Gratiot Avenue. They won't stop out here on Adams Road either. And so what's occurred this year in 90 days, we had 3 police officers shot to death on the job, separate incidents. Not one of them had their gun out of their holster. These weren't barricaded gunmen, wasn't a bank robbery. These were ambushes. That's in Michigan, 3 in 90 days. And they never fired a shot, never got their guns out. So I like to borrow an old line, maybe J.D. Vance would like it, but that's an old Marine. Chesty Puller once said, "We've located the enemy, they have us surrounded." That's how I feel right now. They got us surrounded. But when we see you at a funeral, when we see you writing letters, when we see you hugging babies of fallen officers, I just want you to know that we feel like our arms are around those people. And I can't begin to tell you how much that means to us. The things that you do, we've got right now 16 officers indicted for felonies in Michigan that I think if given enough money and time, you'd find that they were all innocent, or most of them. We do hire human beings, so I can't explain everything. But when you have that happen and you see the bad guys just ignore you, and Anthony here will talk more about how it affects the people on the road, but we can't hire anybody. And it's not about money. People want to give money. I know you understand that you argue with these people, so you just throw money at it. It's stupid. But if we can't get the right candidates, and we can't get them because we're not convincing them at a younger age that this is an honorable job. The honor's gone. I believe in it. I think people here believe in it. I know none of them want to be without police, but we need good people. And so the things that you do, the things that you talk about, qualified immunity, I think most people don't know what it means. We understand it. I know you do. They think with qualified immunity means we can go rob a bank and not get in trouble. Nobody understands that that's not the case. But the things that you do for us, the things that you say, the times that you and I have met before, you spoke at our convention, we did a big screen TV. The things you do really matter, and they do help us. And we're all behind you, 100%.
Thank you. So, Jim, one thing we're going to be doing, and we're going to be doing it strongly, and I've wanted to do it, and looked at it for a long time, but we have to do it. Immunity for some of these places. You said you have 14 people, and you don't believe maybe one or two. I mean, maybe some are guilty of something, but I would bet you a lot of them aren't. And they're going through hell, and their pension's going to be gone. Frankly, their family's going to end up being gone, their car, their house, everything. So we want to do immunity. We also want to call for the death penalty for anybody killing a police officer. We'll be pressing, and thank you for your support.
We have an Attorney General that's after us right now.
You have I know you're Attorney General.
But most of these guys that do get found innocent are bankrupt.
That's right. If they're innocent, they have no money left. That's right.
Anthony, if you don't mind.
We're going to be looking at that very strongly, though, that police officers there, if they're doing their job, if they do their job, and if they make a mistake, even if it's a mistake, and that can happen, you were telling me, others were telling me, they have like a quarter of a second to make a decision. You would have a hard time with that. I mean, literally a quarter of a second to make a decision, and if it's the wrong decision, their life is over. And we have to help people out now. It's time, so we're going to do the immunity thing, and we're going to fight alongside of them. We have to stop being politically correct. And you're always going to have some bad apples, but they are very, very few. How many of the 14 would you say would be innocent?
Innocent? Probably about 10 of them.
All right. Well,
and maybe the others are overcharged. They're still out of work.
Yeah. It's pretty tough stuff. It's happening all over.
It's very expensive to defend yourself.
Well, they're afraid to do their job, too.
Right.
They want to do their job, but they're afraid to do their job. We'll take care of it. Thank you, Jim. Great job. Thank you for the support.
Mr. President, we have also with us Anthony Hall. Anthony's the president of the Livonia Police Officers Association. 20 years on the job, 10 years on SWAT in Western Wayne County. Anthony, you've seen a lot. Talk to us about the morale for officers since Kamala Harris and Joe Biden came into office.
Yeah, so I've been on the job for 20 years now, and I have 7 years left before I can retire. And since the new administration has taken over, we went from the middle of COVID, where people were cheering as we were driving by their house during the lockdown when we turned on our lights and sirens, to literally overnight having slurs or flipped off driving down the road, doing the same job we've been doing throughout the whole pandemic and throughout my whole career, right? So I think one of the biggest things is over scrutiny of our job and our profession as a whole. After the George Floyd incident happened, it made being a police officer very difficult. And when something like that happens, you expect the pendulum to swing, right? And after Ferguson, the pendulum swang like it did, and then it returned back to its neutral. And after George Floyd, even now, the pendulum hasn't come back to neutral. And I attribute that to the current administration's opinion with all law enforcement, right? They lack support for everyone. And when I say over scrutiny, I'm not saying not holding us accountable. We should all be held accountable. But now everybody's a self-proclaimed expert in our field, right? So there's a big push to have civilian oversight committees, civilians that don't do our job on a day-to-day basis to tell us what we've done right and what we've done wrong. I have a lot of colleagues that have quit the job since George Floyd, just left the profession entirely, probably over a dozen that I know personally. So that's a big thing. And then another thing too, I mean, we have less people doing the job that we've been doing all along, but now we just have fewer officers. And then another thing to throw the wrench into it is the bond reform that the current administration's changed, because now we arrest somebody and the criminal that we've arrested has made it home even before our officers done with their shift. So, but hopefully in November we can change that.
Mr. President, we also have us up with here a friend of ours, former member of Congress, Mike Rogers, running for the United States Senate. Mike, you just heard from law enforcement. You heard from law enforcement in the state of Michigan. What are your thoughts about the support for law enforcement in the state of Michigan? And frankly, you're going to be a United States Senator pretty soon. That's what people tell me. Your thoughts for around the country as well.
As my mother would say, from your lips to God's ears. That would be what you say. Oh, come on, people, lighten up. Let's go. You're here with the next president of the United States of America. So not only do we have 700 fewer officers, we are 5,000 officers short across the state of Michigan. So the president rightly talks about qualified immunity for police officers that the Democrats have been chipping away. And that doesn't mean you don't get charged if you commit a crime. It means if you're doing your job, they can't take your house. And so people are making the decision every day in this state about not going into the business or getting out of the business because they're chipping away at their ability to protect their families as well as protect our community. I was an FBI guy in working street crime. I will tell you that the surge of illegal immigrants and the crime rate of illegal immigrants happening in our state, sexual assaults of young girls, a rape of a young girl in Oakland County. An illegal immigrant exposed himself to a 9-year-old girl, and as we know as former law enforcement guys, they're on the path to do something really bad. All didn't have to be here. 3,000 deaths of fentanyl here in the state of Michigan because of a wide open border that we could close today, and it will happen when we elect Donald J. Trump.
Mr. President, we also have with us Trisha Outen. Now, Trisha, she's a small business owner. The name of her business is Pretty Hunter. I'm gonna let her talk about what Pretty Hunter is. I'm not a pretty hunter. I think Trisha's a pretty hunter. I'm gonna let her talk about that. But Trisha is also a mother of 3, and she's a candidate for the school board here in the state of Michigan. First of all, Trisha, explain to us what Pretty Hunter is, but then also really tell me about what's on your mind about what the left is doing in our schools.
Thank you for having me here this evening, Congressman Donalds, and it's such a pleasure to be in your presence, President Trump. So Pretty Hunter started for my quest for enjoying the outdoors. We live in the great state of Michigan. There's a lot to enjoy. We design jewelry made out of once-fired bullets because last I checked, we Bullets don't decompose, so I consider our company saving the earth one bullet at a time. And yes, it is hunting season here in Michigan, and beautiful as it is, we're in archery, soon firearm season, but right now, I'm hunting votes in the Walled Lake School District. The question of what the left is doing wrong in the school system is very vast, so I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. I can confidently tell you our schools have lost their way. The left has and is inundating our schools with DEI and ideological rhetoric, while frivolous spending on shiny new buildings with a fireplace and waste buckets shipped to Michigan from California. I didn't know Michigan didn't have any 5-gallon buckets available for our schools. Get to the bottom of that when I get on the board. Meanwhile, our children are not reading at grade level. They are unlearning how to critically think for themselves. This is unacceptable. Across our nation and in my district of Walled Lake, our children are not thriving. As I see it, they're simply surviving. We are seeing influence as early as preschool that introduces hate, fear into these young minds, and it's devastating for me to uncover this as I've begun to run for the board. Our children are being taught that they have privilege or lack thereof. Some are even being taught that they are less than because of the color of their skin or because of where or how they were born. President Trump, with you back in that Oval Office, I am confident that we can make our children's future bright again. And one last part. Because schools are focusing on these ideologies instead of focusing on academic foundations and hunting what is good in the world, we are ruining an entire generation of children. We are at a turning point in history. Right now, in my opinion, we simply need to get back to basics, literacy, arithmetic, I don't know, maybe even writing. Furthermore, we simply need to put EDU before DEI. Thank you.
Thank you, Trisha. You're right.
Mr. President, last but not least, we have with us Tim Gregory. Tim Gregory is a UAW worker for 46 years with GM. 46 years.
He looks good. He looks good.
He does look good.
You look young.
Thank you.
Tim, I know that for you, God comes first,
Correct.
then your family, and then this country.
Amen.
I know that. But tell us how you truly believe that Donald Trump is the answer, not just for Michigan, but for UAW workers, to not only keep their jobs here in Michigan, but also to keep the auto industry alive and well in the United States.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. Thank you for being here. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, President Trump, for being so tenacious and not giving up when others would have. And also because of the years I have working through the UAW and General Motors, I think that your record shows that because you have a background of being in business, I think that you see the changes and what we need, where we need to go in order to grow the business and grow the jobs. And I also see that your policies in the past and the policies you say you're going to enact with the border, with China, with our energy resources, the direction you wanted to take from a long time ago, back when you were president before, that's why I think you're best for this country, you're best for the UAW, and you're best for the workers. And also, I'd like to take this opportunity, and it's not in my notes, but I just want to say that I've always thought you was the most genuine candidate, and as a regular Joe, as they introduced me as in the bio, I think that I appreciate that. I think you're for the people, and you're for America, and that's why I think you're the best.
Thank you. Well, I want to start by saying you look a lot younger than you must be, because if you've worked for the company 46 years, that's a long time. You look like you're 35 years old. I was saying, what's that all about, right? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, you believe in God,
Thank you.
that I can see. And
I hear that once in a while.
But you're very lucky in that sense. Thank you very much. I want to, it sort of pertains to what you're saying. So I'll just make this statement. A big thing happened over the last couple of days for Michigan and for Detroit and for the country. Howard knows all about this, but some of the biggest auto plants in the world were planned for Mexico. And I've been talking about it for the last year. I've been talking about the whole concept for 10 years, 15 years. I mean, even as a private person, I couldn't believe how how companies were and countries were coming in and stealing our jobs, stealing our plants. Everyone's unemployed. Then they sell cars back in. All they do is you get fired, and then they make the car and they sell it into our country. They make a lot of money. We make nothing. We have unemployment. And I've watched this for 20 years. I've watched it for so long, and it's disgraceful. And so I have good news for you. I've been talking about, in particular, one giant plant, bigger than anything you've ever seen. And you know the story where a person I know he builds plants. That's what he does. And I said, I want to see a plant, a big one, about a year and a half ago. And he said, okay, when do you want to go to Mexico? I said, no, I want to see one here. He said, we don't build them here big. We build them, but they're little by comparison. China is building the biggest ones in Mexico. I said, that's not good. I don't like that. And he said, well, that's the way it is. I said, I'm not going to Mexico. I'm not going to look at him in Mexico. I want to see him here. So anyway, time went by, and I started thinking about it. And in speeches, because it's just an automatic instinct to me, I started saying, well, if they're building a plant, they're going to wipe out, here. That means they're building a plant. They're going to send the cars into our country one way or the other by the millions. And Detroit and Michigan, because, you had many more. You're probably 60% wiped out from what it was in its heyday, maybe more than that. I said, you're going to get wiped out. The rest of it's going to be. And then you have a union head who wants to build electric cars, and they're going to all be made in China. You know that. And we have a thing called liquid gold. They have, which is oil and gas. We have a lot of it. And by the way, Brian, stand up for a second, if you would, please. This guy is he's like you. He gets it so much. You know each other, maybe. He gets it so much. He gets it like nobody. And he's been fighting against all of this nonsense for so long, and so the electric cars are going to. And by the way, Elon Musk is a great friend of mine. He gave me a tremendous endorsement. He's right now campaigning in Pennsylvania because he thinks we have to win if we don't win this election. Because she's a Marxist. This woman has no idea what she's doing, and we can't let her be president. I don't want to be rude about it. We can't let her be president. This country is finished if that happens. Beyond a normal candidate, this country would be absolutely finished if she got it. So we have to stop her. But what happened is I've been thinking about it and what it would do to the country. And these are plants that are bigger than anything you've seen. They will knock out the cars. You press a button and the whole thing starts operating. And so I started talking about this what do you think, Brian, less than a year ago, that I won't let it happen a year ago, yeah? And I said, I'm not going to let it happen if they do this plant in Mexico, right near the border, and a couple of others. I'm going to put giant tariffs on it of 100%, and if that doesn't work, I'll go to 200%. I don't care. They're not going to be selling cars here. Now, if they want to build their plant here, I hope here, but at least in the United States, someplace in the United States, that's a whole different ballgame. But we're not going to have them building them in other countries, sending them into the United States, taking all those jobs. So I've been announcing it, and I've been talking about it. And I saw the gentleman that builds the plants, because I was here a couple of weeks ago at the Detroit conference, as you know, and it was really the auto conference. And So I look at the audience, and there he is, the man that builds the plants. And I said, could I see you a minute before the speech? And after the speech, I saw him, and I said, so how is that plant doing? He said, sir, they've decided not to build. I said, why? He said, because I think you're going to be elected, and if you put tariffs, so, thank you. And that was easy. I didn't even do anything other than say, I'm telling you, the man said it right over here. It's the most beautiful word in the dictionary. You have other words that are damn nice, like love, but I tell you, I think it's more beautiful than love, the word tariff. And so here it works, hey, Brian, here it works without even doing anything. They thought there was a chance, and they're not going to spend $2 billion on building a plant and then have, Trump get elected and put 200%. And if that wasn't enough, I'd raise it. And again, the higher it goes, the more likely it is that they build in this country. But think of it. So they stopped this giant plant just on the basis. Now, if I don't get elected, they will start it up as sure as you're sitting there. These people have no clue. She has no clue what she's doing. She wants to raise everybody's taxes. She's a disaster. And other than that, I like her quite a bit, right? But no, I don't care even about dislike. Somebody has to come in. We did great the first time. We did better the second time. As everybody knows, we got millions of more votes. And frankly, if I didn't, and some bad things happened, and let's not talk about it, because we're going to make up for it this time. Too big to rig. But I will tell you, if I didn't do well the second time, I wouldn't have done it. But I watched Biden and her, and now especially her, because she's worse than Biden. I watched them, and I said, I got to run again. I got to run again. That's what happened, because they said they're ruining our country with the open border. I mean, 8,000, the drug dealers, 8,000 drug dealers, 13,099 murderers in jail. They're going to let them out of jail. Some with death penalties. They're just going to say, well, this is easier. We'll just send them to the United States because their people don't know what. But think of 13,000 plus people who murdered people, and they're going to be let free in our country. And then you have their prisons are being emptied up, like Venezuela. They're emptying up their prisons. Their crime is down 72% in Venezuela. If they get elected, we're all friends. If they get elected, we'll all meet next year in Venezuela, because it'll be the safest country, because they've emptied out. And let me tell you, it was a very unsafe country. Caracas, you couldn't walk across the street. It's sort of like some of our cities are getting, right? Our cities are getting like that. So just the thought of me getting elected stopped somebody from destroying the rest of Detroit, from destroying the state of Michigan's auto industry. And with your auto industry, so goes Michigan. I mean, it's a big deal. And we're going to reverse that very easily. He knows, because he's got a natural, when he said, when I explained it to him, so he's a business, he's a savant. Is that good? He's a savant. He knows. It took me about 2 minutes. After about 2 minutes, I get it. How long did it take you to understand the word tariff? 2 minutes or less?
From you, it took 2 minutes.
Yeah, it took very little. He figured it out very quickly. He wasn't exposed to it, frankly. He actually said, you mean you can really do that? He couldn't believe it. And we have another one, Paulson. He sort of was.
He's got it too.
He can't even sleep at night. He's so excited about it. But they have to be. And then we have stupid people that don't know. They say, "Oh, tariff," but they're very stupid people. We have a senator from Pennsylvania who decided not to run. He fought me all the way on tariffs. This guy fought me. His name's Toomey. He fought me, and I wouldn't endorse him, and he decided not to run based on that, and that's good, because all he did was, I said, so if China charges 100%, can we, for a similar product, charge them 100%? No, sir. Okay. Can we charge them 50% or 25%? No, sir. Why? It's not free trade. I said, explain that. I said, can we charge them 10%, 2%, or 1%? No, sir, it's not free trade. I said, you gotta be kidding. And I said, I wouldn't endorse you under any circumstances. Now, I don't know if he really believed this, or because he's not a stupid guy. Did he really believe this, or was there something else going on? But anyway, so we're going to bring back the auto industry, but also Tim, a lot of other industries. You know, this
All
pertains to,
manufacturing.
this
They're all
pertains to many, many. We talk about cars because it's so nice to talk about cars, you know, sort of the ultimate thing to manufacture. But we're going to bring back a lot of industry, and it's going to be great. Fantastic presentation. We appreciate it from everybody. And is that your father over there? Who is that guy, though, the good-looking guy? Is he your father with that shirt on? I like that color. I'm going to wear a couple of them now, I think. I've got such support from the Teamsters, I'm going to have to wear that, I think. But I want to thank everybody. And again, support, always you've been with me, and I appreciate it very much, Jim. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, everybody, this concludes our town hall. Thank you so much for being here. President Trump, thank you.
Her day starts with a coffee and ends with a wine. Takes forever getting ready, so she's never on time.
Well, good evening, everyone. I am Grant Stinchfield. It is great to be along with you today as we have another very special evening, all dedicated to President Trump and getting him pushed into the White House. You just saw him there. He will head to a rally tonight. We've got John Solomon here, who's usually running the show from this deal. But again, as a special night, I'm just honored to be with you, John Solomon. We've got Steve Gruber, who is at the rally site. And gentlemen, it's great to have you along. Steve, why don't I start with you? Explain what we expect to see tonight. I take it this is a rally. This is not a town hall. This is a rally, even though, Steve, these town halls are basically becoming rallies as well, aren't they?
Well, I think it's a great venue for Donald Trump. It's working well for him. He has a question and answer back and forth. It's very conversational. It's loose. It's nice. It shows his personality. And so those atmospheres work well for him. And I've said that since the first one that I saw with Sarah Huckabee Sanders here in Michigan just a few weeks ago. And look, here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about manufacturing. We're going to talk about the auto industry. We're going to talk about the failed policies of EVs. Those will all be on the table tonight. But I think that Donald Trump's also going to continue to play off the Al Smith dinner last night. He had a lot of fun there. He delivered some zingers to Kamala Harris and to Tim Walz. I think that tonight, Grant, no question about it, but really it's about the economy. It's the number one issue here for Michigan voters, and I just spoke to Matt Hall. He is the Republican House leader at the state level here in Michigan. He says, look, our internal polls look really good. He said there are districts here in Michigan, key districts in places like Macomb County that obviously John and you know about. Macomb County is a critical bellwether county here in Michigan. Donald Trump won that county by 6 points in 16 and 20. The internal polling right now is showing him up by 10 points. If that holds, if that's true, Michigan won't even be close come Election Day, Grant, and that is very good news for Donald Trump. But they're going all the way to the finish line. They're going to run through the tape, and they're going to talk about the economy. That I can assure you.
Well, it looks like a great venue. I'm jealous you're there, and I'm not, because they're always fun to be there at. John, Steve mentioned literally Michigan. I mean, it is a very important state. Detroit with all the auto workers. We've talked about this before. It doesn't make any sense for these union workers anymore to vote for Democrats. Some of them still are, but a lot of them aren't. How are things shaping up as we now start to see some early voting? Not the tallies for the race, but at least turnout come in. What do you make of everything we're seeing, John?
Yeah, listen, first off, I think just watching that Trump event wrap up there, that town hall where he's talking about it, you see the seriousness and the specificity of Donald Trump's policies compared to Kamala Harris, who can't pull a policy out of the air for herself. And then you see the levity that he delivers it with, right? He's bringing up names and he's walking to people and he's pulling a guy out in the audience whose shirt he likes. This is a Donald Trump that's more comfortable and more engaging than any time in the last 8 years. He's just getting better and better at it. And he's connecting with people, something Kamala Harris really struggles with. Kamala Harris can't even connect with the anchors that she's trying to have an interview with right now. She's really struggling. There are real signs of what's going on. And I think the number one sign we ought to watch, not just in Michigan, but countrywide, today was a watershed mark. For the first time since this race began, Donald Trump is up in all 7 of the battleground states in the RCP polling averages. That is something that doesn't happen overnight. It is a shift. You and I were talking about this shift a couple of weeks ago. We've written some pretty good stories on Just the News about this. The race is starting to break Republicans' ways, and specifically Donald Trump in these battleground states. So that RCP averaging is a big moment. Now, in Michigan, he's up in the internal polls, and you can see what's happening in the Democratic Party. It is a form of panic. Just a couple of days ago, Melissa Slotkin, the Democrat who's running against or trying to run to keep a seat Democrat in that state, she started running ads distancing herself from the entire EV program that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden imposed on not only the country, but specifically those Michigan auto workers. For the Democrat to disown the signature issue of her top of the ticket, that tells you how panicked and how uncertain Democrats are. It's starting to look like they're going to try to cut their losses from Harris and try to win on their own. That was a big moment. If that's not surprising enough for you, today there's an ad up in Pennsylvania that's featuring Donald Trump, but it's not from a Republican. It's from Bob Casey trying to pretend that Donald Trump likes him. These are real signs that Donald Trump is starting to pull ahead in all these battlegrounds.
Especially in a state like Pennsylvania, for Bob Casey to be doing that, that's interesting. Steve, I know most people who know you and watch you know that you live in Michigan. So this is, you're not there just as a reporter. You're there as literally a constituent of Michigan. Do you feel any change in that state? Do you feel that it's more than just we saw a month ago, that there's some kind of momentum moving now for President Trump?
Absolutely, and I'm a constituent. Alyssa Slotkin is my member of Congress currently. She's not running for re-election because she's obviously running for U.S. Senate here in the state. And John pointed out something really important there, and that is Alyssa Slotkin's basically saying, hey, you can split your vote. You can vote for me and vote for Donald Trump. Same thing Bob Casey's doing in Pennsylvania. That is telling you how bad the internal polling is in Michigan. And look, Alyssa Slotkin can say, look, I'm not for EVs, except she voted for it every time. She can say I'm not for EV plants in Michigan, except she signed non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, to work with companies like Goshen, which is in a place north of here called Big Rapids. It's near Ferris State University, where they're trying to build a giant battery plant. But the plant is owned and run by a Chinese-backed company, Goshen. So the CCP's tentacles run deep into Michigan. And that's not flying with voters here, Grant, not at all. And so when you see Alyssa Slotkin say, hey, you can vote for me and not vote for Kamala Harris, which in effect is what she's saying, first of all, it's disingenuous. But secondly, I agree with John Solomon. It shows just how bad the polling numbers are. And it's about the economy. It's about the open borders. It's about the endless wars and the billions of dollars being spent when we see poor people in Western North Carolina getting checks for $750 if they can sign on to get that benefit at all after their house got washed down the river. There is a sentiment. It's moving in Michigan. It's moving in other swing states. And yes, I can tell you that there is change in the air. It's a change election, as Kamala Harris wants to make it, just not for her.
All right, so I'm going to give you my two signs that I think really make a difference here. All right, John, and I'll get you to see if you see the same thing. One, I feel like President Trump's attitude has changed. He seems, I don't know if I want to call it more relaxed, but he's friendlier under hostile fire, right? We saw him with the Bloomberg reporter. And what was amazing with the Bloomberg reporter earlier in the week, that was in Chicago, Illinois. He got cheers and laughter. Then he's in New York last night at the Al Smith dinner, which is all elite liberals from New York. And he got cheers and laughter. And I thought to myself, John, what's going on here? How are they cheering him on and laughing at him in Chicago and New York? I've never seen anything like this. Usually they're booing him.
Yeah, you are 100% right, Grant. That is such a telltale sign. He's a different person the last few weeks. When I've talked to him on the phone, when I see him in person, he has a sense of what the American people want. And I think he understands that you can be expert, you can have the best policies, you can be tough, and you can be likable. And I think both he and J.D. Vance have decided, you know what, we're not taking debate anymore from these little liberal media because, you know what, they're totally irrelevant. We are going to talk and act in the interest of the American people. And that means we can be funny, like Ronald Reagan. We can be levity and personal and talk to people and ask questions. A lot of times when he's in these town halls, he'll ask a person, how's your baby doing? Or he'll comment on the baby, or like he did just a few minutes ago on that father's shirt. Like, I like that shirt. I got to wear one of those. He does that a lot, and it really makes the crowd feel like they're connected to him. There's a lot of the Reagan 1980, September, October, strategies going on here. And I think he realizes now people know he's strong, people know his policies are better, and he wants to show them a side that those who know him personally see all the time. He's like this all the time in private. Now the public's getting to see that, and the media can't do anything to stop anymore because he just has decided they're not relevant to the conversation anymore.
No, they're not, and I think he's doing a great job of doing exactly all the things that you just spelled out. All right, John Solomon, you're going to hang out with me all night.
Sure.
Steve Gruber, too, so if you guys will hang on. I recruited my buddy Greg Hartley, our body language expert, to come on this special edition of the show, and I want to bring him in. He's a former military interrogator. ReadBodyLanguage.com, of course, is his website. He's the host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube. Greg, it is great to have you on the program. I couldn't hear Greg. Is Greg there? Greg, you there? All right, okay.
Yeah,
I don't hear you, Greg. We're going to get that. We're going to get that fixed.
Sounds good.
There we go. I got you. Okay, good. Sorry about that, Greg. All right, so there's another moment. I may throw you for a loop because I'm not sure if the guy sent you these two.
I haven't seen it. It's okay.
Body language. Okay. There's another one question, two answers that I think tells the difference between who should be president and who shouldn't. It was the Univision town hall, one for President Trump, one for Kamala Harris. A woman asked the same question of both, different evenings, but both candidates. Give me 3 virtues of your opponent, okay? Kamala Harris couldn't really do it. Let me roll that clip of Kamala Harris.
Based on a life experience, I know that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And part of what pains me is the approach that, frankly, Donald Trump and some others have taken, which is to suggest that it's us versus them, whoever that may be. I think Donald Trump loves his family, and I think that's very important. I think family is one of the most important things that we can prioritize. But I don't really know him, to be honest with you. I only met him one time on the debate stage. I'd never met him before. So I don't really have much more to offer you.
All right, we didn't get the part where she got very evil about him. And she really went off, and she was angry with him, and she criticized him. She says he loves his family. Everybody loves their family, all right? So that's not really a great thing. I think even a serial killer loves their family. But, Greg, in the beginning there with her body, she was all closed in, and I remember you talking about this.
Yep.
Explain to me what you saw right here.
Well, there are a couple of things. Somebody's been coaching her, and this is kind of the endearing, I'm being honest. You know, we all think of that as an honest move. But she's confined, and she's narrowed. Her elbows are down by her side. More importantly, there's a reason she can't articulate his best traits. Listen to her interview on Fox. Listen to everything she's done. Her entire platform is, I ain't Donald Trump. And she has to demonize him at every turn. So to ask her not to demonize him is to undermine everything she's saying. And you can see it. She's not ready for that question.
No, she's not. All right, now, let's watch President Trump. Because President Trump was so gracious. He didn't want to give an answer, but he was honest about saying, you know what, this is the toughest question. She wouldn't even admit that it was a tough question. And I think that has to do with her confidence level in things, that she just doesn't want to admit that something is tough. President Trump has all the ego in the world. He doesn't care if you admit it's tough. Let it be a tough question. Watch President Trump during this, and then let me get your response.
That's a very hard question. That's the toughest question. The other ones are easy. Look, I'm not a fan. I think she's harmed our country horribly, horribly, at the border, with inflation, with so many other things. But she seems to have an ability to survive. Because, you know, she was out of the race and all of a sudden she's running for president. That's a great ability that some people have and some people don't have. She seems to have some pretty long-time friendships, and that's, also, that's I don't call that an ability. I call that a good thing. And she seems to have a nice way about her. I mean, I like the way, some of her statements.
All right, maybe the beginning was the most interesting, where he kind of dropped the mic down, but what did you think, Greg?
Yeah, so he drops the mic down, but he's rifling through his head, thinking of things to say. Even you can see his face actually saying, well, this is a hard question for me to answer because of, and you can tell he's got some emotional response as he starts to talk about her and those things. And I don't mean like love or hate, but he's looks down into his right, and we associate that with somebody pulling from emotion. And then he does come up with some things to say about her that are positive, and he speaks clearly about what he thinks. You can see him right there walking through. That's an internal voice as he thinks down left what he's going to say. So I think he did a better job than she did by far. She just can't because it's her entire platform.
Yeah, it really is amazing. This is the difference. You have someone, in my opinion, who is vindictive. She's mean-spirited, and that's why she can't come up with any answer about President Trump. And here's President Trump, back to what John Solomon was saying. It's a different mentality where he almost seems more relaxed. Greg, over the last few weeks, do you see President Trump as more relaxed, even as we're coming into crunch time?
Oh, yeah. If you pay attention to him, he's more relaxed in his voice tone. What you look for is you're looking for his throat to be tight if he's stressed. He's not stressed. You hear him moving more fluidly as he speaks to people when he's sitting in front of an audience. Think about when he was in the debate, when he didn't do as well. You could hear him being stressed, and he lost fluency. He couldn't finish his sentences effectively. Everything's smooth and fluid now. That's a good indicator.
All right, let's go back to Kamala Harris. She had this big interview on Fox News. I thought it was a disaster. The left, somehow, their perception of things is very different than mine. But anyway, let me run this clip with Bret Baier asking her, hey, 79% of the Americans think we're on the wrong track. Watch this.
More than 70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm
I
talking
actually
about.
All right,
Well,
I
I don't
can't
know
wait
what
for
she's
your
talking
response on
about.
this one.
I don't know what she's talking about, but what you can see is she starts off to feel a little stressed. You see her twitching her little fingers there. We call those adapters or releases of nervous energy. One really good tell with her. When she tucks her chin, watch that chin tuck, she's feeling uncomfortable. When she is feeling aggressive, like when she was in the debate, her chin's up and she's going at you. But when she feels uncomfortable, when you watch the laugh that everybody thinks makes her insane, is when she's tucking her chin and laughing. That's discomfort in her and not comfortable with the topic.
How about at the end here, she double barrels it at him. She literally with two hands, it looks like.
Well, it's the holy warrior thing. She's doing a televangelist thing. She's sending her message. Her entire message is summed up in Donald Trump is a bad guy, and I'm not Donald Trump. Everything I've heard her say in the past few weeks has been that message.
Do you think her cackle, when she answers a question before, is that her crutch to buy her some time to think? Because this is what I'm like. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense, her laugh.
Well, she's got a formula, and I think I've covered this formula with you before, but she'll start off trying to do what I call chaff and redirect, run words out until she can change the topic. And she'll smile and nod, and if it works, she just moves on quietly. If it doesn't work, you'll see her start to get a little rigid, a little wooden, and then you'll hear her blink rate start to pick up. You can see her blink rate increasing there. She'll tuck her chin and do that cackle, and it's a delaying technique to allow her to move again.
Interesting. And that's where the word salad comes from, because as she delays, right, nothing ends up really making any sense. All right, this is an important one, I think, because this was after the talk about Jocelyn Nungary, the young lady who was killed by an illegal alien, and Kamala Harris's policies responsible for this. Roll that cut.
I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
Let me give you one good indicator. Let me give you one good indicator somebody doesn't mean they're sorry. An apology never includes the word but. When it does, it's not real. It's about, I'm sorry, but Donald Trump's a monster. Come on, stop. Just say, I'm sorry that this happened, and you would have come across as genuine.
I've asked you before, can people at home use what we see on here, chin tucks and all that, if they're at the negotiating table or across a conference table, or maybe they're trying to figure out if their kids, what they were doing at night? Is there ways to use what we're talking about to improve your senses when you're either negotiating or talking with somebody else?
For sure, Grant. I mean, I spent 20 years in corporate America, made my way through corporate America using these very skills before I decided to hop out and do something else. And what you should know is we're designed to read these. Most of them are fairly simple. I'm giving you nuance when I'm talking about watching her and looking for a formula because I watch her over and over and over. But the basics, the thing I just said to you, an apology should not include but. That's one that you can take right now and get to the root of why a person says that but. They may still feel some remorse, but they shouldn't say but right at the end of the apology.
Well, that word, it just so happens, when you combine it with the Second Amendment, it's the Democrats' favorite word. I support the Second Amendment, but. They always come with but. I'm sorry, but. Democrats love this. All right, I think I got time for one more for you. Just roll the next one. This is Brett Baer saying they were planning to do 30 minutes, but then she was 15 minutes late. Let's watch this.
You know, when the kicker in football, they call a timeout right before he's going to kick the field goal. They're icing the kicker. So we were supposed to start at 5 p.m. This was the time they gave us. Originally, we were going to do 25 or 30 minutes. They came in and said, well, maybe 20. So it was already getting whittled down. And then the vice president showed up about 5:15. We were pushing the envelope to be able to turn it around for the top of the 6 o'clock. So that's how it started. And I could tell when we started talking that she was going to be tough to redirect.
All right, Greg, it wasn't the soundbite that I was looking for, but why don't you do Brett Baer? Because he's got a lot going on there.
Well, yeah, you see, that emphatic movement. For him, that's emphatic movement. You've watched him forever on TV. You've seen him there. He's emphatic with a hand. I think he's frustrated by the time she gets there, and it shows in their altercation back and forth in the actual interview. He probably would have been a little bit softer.
Do you think he did a good job? There was a lot of talking over each other. I think he was trying to redirect. You were an interrogator, so in many respects, you let the suspect sometimes control it, then you control it, you do things, but it's much like an interviewer in a situation like this. Yeah. You know it's going to be a little combative. How do you think he did?
I would not have stepped on her as many times, but I understand why, knowing he had 15 minutes now, that makes more sense. He had to get some facts out and that kind of thing. What I typically do is let a person say something really stupid and then give them 15 seconds of silence. It is brutal because you're keenly aware that I know that what you just said is stupid. And then when I come back at you, you feel obligated to make up for it. And you see it in their body language. You see everything change. They start to get glitchy.
Well, Greg, I'm so glad you got to come on with me tonight. We've had the shows are always in flux, but we got, 18, 19 days now until election night. And then we'll get back to the business of supporting President Trump in office rather than running for office. At least that is my hope and prayer. Greg Hartley, it is great having you on the program. Thank you.
Thanks for the time.
All right. And remember, the Behavior Panel is his YouTube show, and readbodylanguage.com is his website. All right, folks, today I have something truly special to share with you. The official Trump-Vance 24 yard signs from TrumpYardSigns.com. Introducing the Trump Yard Sign, exclusively available at TrumpYardSigns.com. These signs aren't just about politics. They're about standing firm in our beliefs and displaying unwavering support in the face of adversity. Now, you can join the movement by proudly displaying your support with one of these bold, eye-catching yard signs. Crafted with premium materials, these signs are built to withstand any weather condition, ensuring they remain a beacon of support in your neighborhood for years to come. Visit TrumpYardSigns.com right now to secure your yard sign. Again, that's TrumpYardSigns.com. All right, folks, President Trump getting set for a rally in Detroit, Michigan. We've got Steve Gruber there. We've got John Solomon here. We will all be together as soon as we come back.
Learning is hard work. Hard work requires character. Learning begins in faith. It must move upward toward the highest thing, unseen at the beginning, God. And freedom is essential to learning. Its principles must be studied and defended. Learning, character, faith, and freedom. These are the inseparable purposes of Hillsdale College.
Have you put off exploring your Medicare options because it's so confusing? Or maybe you've tried finding the right plan but keep finding yourself at a dead end. Navigating the Medicare maze can be complicated. That's why it helps to have a trusted partner on your Medicare journey, one who can keep you from making a wrong turn. That's where AMAC comes in. From Medicare Advantage and Medicare Supplement plans to prescription drug plans and everything in between, let AMAC's Medicare Advisory Service help to lead you to the plan that's right for you. And their customer care, it's the gold standard. Call now to request your free 2024 Medicare Guide. It's filled with useful information about coverage options, enrollment deadlines, and more. For years, AMAC's Medicare Advisory Service has proudly helped thousands of older Americans with their Medicare needs and obstacles, providing reliable guidance and wide selection of plan options. You could say we're amazing. Still stuck in the Medicare maze? Call AMAC today for your free guide and find your way to the Medicare plan you've been looking for.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I looked at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
You too can feel better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Trump time in America on this Friday evening. President Trump getting ready to have a great rally in Detroit, Michigan, a very important state. We've got John Solomon in Washington, D.C. We've got Steve Gruber with his wife, Ivy, who is out in Detroit, Michigan. And Steve, since you've got your wife there, we're not going to have the ladies wait. So why don't we get out to you? And I'm just curious of what all the white suburban women are thinking about in Michigan these days.
Well, you know, I want to start here, Grant, because as we were standing in line waiting to go through security, Ivy kept laughing out loud. I'm like, what are you watching? She was watching Donald Trump's comments during the Al Smith dinner, and one of the things you laughed about was the white dudes for Harris. And she said, it's all right. All the wives are voting for me. You enjoyed it.
Oh, yes, and he replies and remarks, oh, but all of the wives are going to be voting for me. And absolutely, I think that is true. It was a great night. I think he took the night. He won the night there. He took advantage of Kamala Harris not being there. And I really think that he's just doing an excellent job and great comedy last night.
Yeah. You know, Grant, one of the things we talk about a lot, and I'm sure you do in your household as well, is the cost of everything. And Ivy sees that more, you know, in our household more. And I think that whether we go to the kids' football games or school events or church band, that's what people are talking about.
The cost of goods goods and services is outrageous. I don't really see how households are affording it. I don't see how single parents are affording it. And I think the tagline needs to be Make America Affordable Again, because the government spending is out of control, and it's caused crazy inflation, and we really need to get this under control in order for Americans to have a successful future.
Steve, I'm curious, without giving any trade secrets away, what town you guys live in. Is it red, blue, purple? And how the town is shaping up. And maybe that question would be for Ivy from the moms and women perspective, and Steve, you from a dad perspective.
And I apologize, I didn't hear the question.
The question is this: do we live in a red, blue, or purple area? Our township is purple. Ivy's code is reflective of the township we live in. I always thought it was conservative, but we ride our bikes around, we walk. It's pretty purple. There
are quite a few Kamala Harris signs, actually. We ride our bikes, and I'm actually commented very often to Steve, wow, I'm really shocked how many Kamala Harris signs are around. But in our communities, the people that we talk to, they're really concerned about the safety, security, in America. They're concerned about the cost of goods and services. And I really feel that there's been a change in the last few weeks and really this push towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, and that's actually what Grant was talking about earlier. Our county, we're in a very blue county, to be fair, Grant, but our township is more conservative. We're out in the outskirts of Lansing, and the capital, Ingham County, is a blue county, no question, one of the 6 or 8 counties in Michigan that determine how the state goes. But again, I was talking earlier to Matt Hall. He is the House Republican leader here, and he says in critical counties like Macomb County and Oakland County, Wayne County, and Ingham County, they're seeing a swing toward Donald Trump. He has more support, I'm told, from their internal polling than he had in 2016. So that should tell you a lot. And we do talk to people that have switched from Biden and are not going with Harris, that are going with Trump.
A lot of folks, actually, many that have never voted before are going to be voting for Trump. Many of our Jewish friends who have been long-term Democrats are voting for Trump.
That's right.
A lot of our
teenage friends.
Young folks who have never voted before are going to be voting for Trump. And this is not something we've ever heard before, being in politics for as long as we have. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next 2 weeks.
But I think you're right, Grant. I think there is a trend, and those trend lines, whether, John Solomon talked about real clear politics, the trend lines in Michigan are clear. They're trending red. They're trending red in our area. They're trending red across the state, and that's why Donald Trump is here, to talk about the economy, to talk about EVs and how that will destroy the auto industry in Michigan, and how it's destroying families. I mean, and like Ivy said, how people are affording this is really beyond us.
It sure is. All right, Steve, you hang tight there, and thank you, Ivy. I appreciate you. It's nice to meet you and talk to you as well. John, it's interesting listening to them talk about a purple area. I live in Dallas, right in the heart of the city of Dallas. So you can imagine my neighborhood. It's not even 50-50. It is more blue than anything else. You got a lot of rich California folks who have moved in. They want to be close to downtown Dallas. A lot of Harris signs. But nobody can tell me why they're voting for Harris. Nobody can tell me what they like about her. It's just still is that old I hate Donald Trump. But I think that's changing in the areas as you get further out from these, call it inner city areas, the urban metropolises.
Yeah, if you map the current polling data, you see seas of red with these little geographic high population density areas that are blue. And it's the phenomenon of what the Democratic Party has become. They basically become the party of urban elitists, and everybody else in America has become the champion of common sense, which they feel like is the Republican Party right now. It is a remarkable transformation. But those urban centers have a lot of votes. That's why what happens in Detroit and Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and other cities really matter. Houston, a place that we got to watch closely on election night again, as we've had to for many elections. But you can see Republicanism, the Trump version of it, the MAGA version of Republicanism, it is growing across the way. And I had this extraordinary experience. My brother and I bought a boat several years ago on Kendallwood Lake in Connecticut. It is right on the border of New York. It's the bluest area of Connecticut, really. It's right on that New York border. It's a gorgeous lake. Around the boat a few weeks ago, and I saw 5 boats going through the lake with Trump flags on the back. And I'm telling you, you did not see that any time in the last 5 or 6 years since we've owned the boat. People are starting to feel more bold, which is I don't have to any longer fall to conventions because my life, my kitchen table, my wallet, my retirement doesn't feel secure, and I'm going to be making a change. I don't care what my neighbors think anymore. I think that transformation is going on. The key is getting out the vote, and I think what we're seeing in the early signs is Republicans are way ahead of 2016 and 2020 and even 2022 in early voting. And people like Charlie Kirk and particularly Lee Zeldin and Ashley Hayek at AFW and Project Z, they have put together the largest ground game since Ronald Reagan's 1980 win. I think it's going to be the storyline when we wake up on the morning of November 6th.
Well, I've been working closely with Ashley Hayek. She is absolutely great. And Charlie Kirk, is on the same radio station as me and, of course, Real America's Voice here. So we work very closely together, and both of them are doing fabulous work. They had mentioned teens, too. My son is 15 years old. He goes to an inner city school. There's only about 20% white in his school. And I can't tell you how many kids are pro-Trump. And I think a lot of that has to do with President Trump's sense of humor. So I'm going to play a soundbite from last night at the Al Smith dinner. This is one of those quintessential jokes that I think it goes perfectly with, you start to get 15, 16, 17, you get this kind of humor. So roll this clip from President Trump.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me.
Their wives and their wives' lovers are voting for him. You think about White Dudes for Harris and what beta males they must be, but he had a great way about him. He was joking with Chuck Schumer. He was not the President Trump that, the mainstream media wants to paint out as this guy that all white women in the suburbs should hate, John.
Yeah, that's a great point. Listen, I keep you rolling back to Ronald Reagan and the parallels to this, because if you remember after Reagan lost 76 to Gerald Ford, one of the things was he had just been viewed as too harsh, right? He had been viewed as maybe more conservative than Barry Goldwater, and people still remember the daisy chain ad at that point. And Ronald Reagan spent a lot of time from 76 to 80 showing a different side of him. He kind of got himself involved with the Dean Martin roast and showed a hilarious side to him that people maybe didn't see in the governor or in his conservative fireside speeches. And I think Donald Trump is having that same adaptation moment. Anyone who's known Donald Trump personally, who's been at Mar-a-Lago or at his office in New York, he can be a funny and endearing man. In fact, always worried about his friends, always asking about someone he knew was sick or injured. But he's not always shown that side of himself on the campaign because he wants to project strength. In the last few weeks, I think after all he's been through, the assassination attempt, the 4 indictments, the Supreme Court cases, everything he's been through, I think he's realized, you know what, I want people to see this other side. I can be strong, I can be funny, I can be compassionate and kind and still be strong. And the first moment I saw it is the day that woman collapsed outside his event. I think it was in Arizona. And he stopped. This is a moment where the Secret Service is like, sir, don't stop. You have to move. You just got shot at just a few days ago. He's like, I don't give a darn. I'm stopping to check on this woman. He goes up in the stands, gives her a hug. And the woman was shocked and the crowd was shocked. That's the Donald Trump that people who've golfed with him or hang out with him or have dinner with, they see that Donald Trump all the time. I think he's decided that it's okay to show that side and still be strong. And that's what the last 3 or 4 weeks of Donald Trump have been about.
All right. You want to tease? Because he couldn't help himself on one soundbite, and go figure, it was my favorite soundbite from the Al Smith dinner of the whole evening. You know me, I like to come out firing. So, of course, President Trump, he was great the whole night, but he had to take a few shots, and this one I don't think was a joke. So I'm going to play that for you, John, when we come back, all right? But first, folks, here's what I would like you to do. Text the word America to the number 989898, and you will get a free information kit on gold. You can trust Birch Gold to protect your savings. Text America to the number 989898. Do it today. We have chaos in the world. We have inflation. We have China waging war on the U.S. dollar. We have war in the Middle East. All of this says safe money is going to gold. In fact, most central banks across the world are buying up gold in record numbers. Even the United States under Joe Biden is waging war on our own currency. How dumb is that? Well, if you want to protect your finances, a portfolio protection maneuver, our friends at Birch Gold can help you use precious metals to do just that. Again, text America to the number 989898 for your free gold guide. Text America to the number 989898. Do it today and protect those finances you work so hard for. All right, I told you I'd play you my favorite soundbite. Wasn't even comedy, from the Al Smith dinner from President Trump. We'll see what John says about it when we come back.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place. to sleep at night or whether anyone cares about them. The reality is 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and tools they need to succeed in life.
Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month to help a young person.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
You want to know that there's somewhere you can go that's safe. So the Covenant House did that for us.
Please call now with your gift of $19 a month. We'll send you this blanket as a reminder of the comfort your gift provides a young person tonight.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America. Your support makes the work of Covenant House possible.
Please don't wait. Your gift is the lifeline a young person needs now. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are awaiting President Trump to speak at his rally in Detroit, Michigan, fire up the crowd there, a very important state. I promised you I would play for you my favorite soundbite of the evening. It wasn't even comedy. I just think President Trump is such a badass that he doesn't care who's in a room and he'll say anything to anybody. You know, it was very interesting. He was very kind to Chuck Schumer, talking about how much he likes Schumer. Schumer would never say that to President Trump, which again shows you what kind of guy President Trump really is. A decent man who deserves to be back in the Oval Office. This is Trump, though, trashing Bill de Blasio.
I'm surprised that Bill de Blasio was actually able to make it tonight, to be honest. He was a terrible mayor. I don't give a if this is comedy or not. He was a terrible mayor. He did a horrible job. That's not comedy, by the way, that's fact. But unlike the rest of New York, at least Bill doesn't have to worry about the criminals.
So he's a horrible mayor. John Solomon. I just love when President Trump goes down these roads and he uses a curse word. Yeah. It's a Catholic dinner, for crying out loud. And he drops an S-bomb on him.
Yeah. Listen, that's Donald Trump. That he is tough and he's not afraid to throw a shot. He might throw 4 shots if he needs to. And I think people got it. And the fact of the matter is, if you were a Democrat in that audience, you might not have been able to shake your head, but in your heart, you're shaking your head because Bill de Blasio left the city a mess. And people know that. I know Democrats that think he's worse than having elected a Republican. They hate him. So that sentiment was probably shared to everybody in the room who has a connection to New York. But it left a mark, and that's a classic Donald Trump. Let's throw it right, and let's make sure it lands.
Let me ask you this question. Because Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, who's just waged war on President Trump, she was in the building. I thought he was going to say, you know, I haven't seen Letitia James, but I know she's here. I saw her broom parked out in the valet line. He could have used that, but he didn't. Yeah. He didn't even mention her. Do you think the lawyers told him, don't bring it, just stay away from Letitia James?
I do. Yeah, listen, he's been very careful not to stray across any of these judge's orders or these gag orders that he's faced. And so he's just going to avoid those sort of stuff. And, you know, listen, he's been very disciplined of late, just staying on message. And he knows he has an extraordinary instinct to know when his messaging's working and when it's not. When he's not, he starts consulting people. How do I get back on track? And when he's in a pocket, and right now he's in one of those pockets, he just has a sixth sense about what's going to work in the room, and he sticks to it. And he knows every so often he's going to be the bad boy. That's what that moment was that you just showed. It was one of those bad boy moments, and he likes that to make sure that people haven't forgotten the guy that used to fire people on national television. He likes that. But his ability to read the room, his ability, particularly in the last few weeks, to be very disciplined in message. And the more he drives that economic message home, that security, I call it the 3 I's, right? Insanity, inflation, and insecurity. Those are the 3 things. We don't want the insanity of boys in their locker room. We want to get rid of inflation and make everything affordable again, make America affordable again. And we don't want the insecurity at the border, in the world, or in your local homes and communities. He's been laser focused on that. And the more he talks about it and the specifics of it, the quicker and faster his numbers have been going up.
All right, one more time if the crew can for me. I want them to play that soundbite one more time. John, because as I'm thinking about this, it has to do with something you and I talked about just at the beginning of this program. Roll it real quick, guys. Thank you.
I'm surprised that Bill de Blasio was actually able to make it tonight, to be honest. He was a terrible mayor. I don't give a if this is comedy or not. He was a terrible mayor. He did a horrible job. That's not comedy by...
So, you hear the laughter? People cheering?
He's
slamming their mayor, and he's in a room full of elite liberals.
Yeah, that's what I said. Listen, there may be some people who couldn't shake their heads because they were on camera. They didn't want to get caught by the party elite. But anyone who lived in New York under Bill de Blasio shares it. I can't tell you the number of Democrats I talked to, I just want to forget those years. That was a disaster. So he knows it. Listen, he knew that he would get that response. He might not do that if he picked on Chuck Schumer, but he certainly could do that with Bill de Blasio because he knows the city like the back of his hand, and he knows Bill de Blasio makes David Dinkins look popular.
Sweaty Dinkins.
And that's hard to do, by the way.
What's that, John?
That's hard to do to make David Dinkins popular. I mean, Rudy wiped him out, and it's just he just understands the room he's in, and I think that ability to read the room right now is very sharp for him. I've been laughing for the last few days. I wanted to ask you about this, Grant. The Democrats have this new attack line against Donald Trump, and I just simply can't understand it. He looks tired and exhausted, that poor old man. He's outpacing Kamala Harris in events and media interviews 2-1. He's outpacing her in fresh ideas like 1,000-1. I don't know who came up with that idea, but they probably should be fired because just statistically, it's hysterical. I was talking to a legacy media reporter today, and I was like, what's Kamala Harris up to on this whole Donald Trump is weak and tired and old? And I got no idea, but she might want to check the numbers. It's just amazing how much they're now throwing stuff that even is ludicrous. It's beyond just political attacks or mean. It's just silly and ludicrous.
John, think about it. This has been their MO. It's just called projection. They accuse President Trump of everything they are. Kamala Harris can't keep up. He's anti-democracy. She pulled a coup over, as the host joked last night at the Al Smith dinner. You talk about the war on democracy, and he's going to put his critics in jail. This is exactly what they're trying to do. So I guess calling Donald Trump tired and lazy should tell you all you need to know about Kamala Harris if it relates to everything else.
Good point.
Everything they accuse him of, they're the ones that are doing, including being racist.
Yeah, no, you're right. Listen, every one of their attacks have backfired. And, they're still trying to understand how they turned him into such a sympathetic figure with 4 indictments. Most Americans figured that out 2.5 years ago. What are we doing? This is what they do in Venezuela or Cuba. And I think that every day that passes, the strategy of the Democrats gets tireder, and the American public has just gotten exhausted by it. They don't even take this stuff seriously anymore. Jack Smith can file a 55,000-page document tomorrow. No one's going to take it seriously.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Let's bring back in Steve Gruber, who's out at the rally in Detroit. Steve, I don't know if you could hear us, but we were talking about the projection of the Democrats. And I mean, how dare they say that President Trump looks old and tired? She put out a statement after the Al Smith dinner, which the Al Smith dinner is supposed to be about for one day coming together, maybe poking a little fun at each other, but levity. And she attacked President Trump for the Al Smith, totally against what you're supposed to be doing. And she accuses President Trump of these things. Really, it's quite stunning, Steve.
It is quite stunning, Grant. You're exactly right about that look. She can't perform live. That's the takeaway here. She can't. She can't do a news conference. She can't do live interviews, which is why every interview, whether it's Fox News or CNN or wherever she goes and does interviews, 60 Minutes, I guess, they're all on tape. They edit them so that they can fix whatever happens. Fox News didn't do that, but of course 60 Minutes did, destroy their reputation almost instantaneously. But look, she can't do it. She cannot do a live event. There's never going to be a press conference. I keep watching these counts on the internet that it's 81 days or something since she became the candidate, and she hasn't done a live press conference. Well, don't hold your breath, boys and girls, because it's not going to happen. She is not capable of thinking on her feet. It's not, Grant. I mean, it's not in her wheelhouse to do that. Donald Trump can think on his feet. He does these interviews all the time. So does J.D. Vance, which is why when J.D. appeared on the stage with Tim Walz, it wasn't a fair fight, because Tim Walz, besides being kind of a weird guy, had no experience up there to do this. and except for the leg kick thing, which is kind of odd too. But these people are not prepared to take questions from the press corps. How would they be prepared to talk to world leaders or to negotiate trade deals or to protect our southern border or to get us out of the wars in Ukraine? I mean, they're not prepared to do any of these things. They can't take questions, and that's terribly, terribly obvious. I mean, Kamala Harris did that, recorded that tape that was 3.5 minutes long that got booed last night. You saw that. It got booed, right? I mean, Donald Trump was as funny as I've ever seen him, except in person. He's a very funny man in person, as you know, Grant. But as far as the Al Smith, very relaxed, delivered the lines well, got great laughs out of the room, and like you guys were talking about, it's a bunch of elitist Democrats, and he's still getting great laughs. But the fact of the matter is, boys and girls, you're not going to see Kamala do any live interviews. You're not going to see her do any live events because she doesn't have the ability. Period.
Steve, I want to ask you something, because implicit in Kamala Harris not showing up at this major Catholic dinner, which almost every year Democrats and Republicans both show up to, you have an administration under her that went after Catholics with the FBI and the Justice Department and considered them a domestic terrorist threat. You've got a governor in your own state that mocked the Eucharistic sacrament over the last couple of weeks and had a backpedal. You're in a very Catholic state. Are Catholics feeling offended by the sort of Democratic snobism that they've shown towards the Catholic faith in recent weeks?
Well, I believe they are, John. And in fact, that was one of the jokes that Donald Trump delivered so well. Well, she's not here. She's taking communion from Gretchen Whitmer back in Michigan. It was a great line. It was delivered well. And Gretchen Whitmer's backpedaling on that. Oh, it had nothing to do with Catholics. It had to do with, the CHIPS Act. Nobody buys that, of course. But I think the group that's more offended in Michigan right now is the Muslim population in southeast Michigan, right where I'm standing. Look, there are 200,000 votes expected to go to Jill Stein in this state, potentially. If Jill Stein, the third-party candidate, gets 200,000 votes, and remember, Hillary Clinton still blames Jill Stein for her loss in 2016 because Jill Stein took just enough votes in places like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin to, Hillary believes, to take the election away from her, not the Russians, but Jill Stein. Maybe she's a Russian agent, that Jill Stein. But the fact of the matter is, it's the population of Muslims and Arabs in southeast Michigan, in places like Dearborn and Hamtramck. They're as offended by this administration as anybody. And as Ivy mentioned here a moment ago, Jewish voters, I keep checking in with my Jewish voters, friends of mine, to say absolutely not. We'll never support a Democrat. These are lifelong voters. Now, in Michigan, it doesn't have the impact that it has in a state like Pennsylvania, but it does have some impact. And when you're looking at an election, John, that's going to be won on the fringes, every vote, whether it's a few thousand Jewish votes here, 100,000 Muslim votes there, some Catholics that say, you know what? I'm not going to vote for that. All of a sudden, maybe Donald Trump doesn't win Michigan by a point. Maybe he wins it by 3 or 4. And that's what they were talking about here earlier about those internal polls. So we'll see.
There's a great story, too. Earlier, both of you gentlemen, I think, made a really great point about young voters are starting to gravitate to conservatism and Republicans and Donald Trump. If you've been in the Biden-Harris economy, you've probably put out 700 resumes the last 2 years and haven't been able to get a job in this economy. Young people, I think, just grew up in this era of watching everything become insecure, the Afghan failure, everything fails. Their last few years of school were ruined. I'm really fascinated. I would love to hear what you guys think. What is that young vote going to look like on November 6th? Steve, what do you think?
I can tell you this. Yeah, I can tell you this. Look, teenage daughter, she's 19. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago, heading into COVID, and she was a sophomore in high school, very left of center. Not surprising, all right? She's just left of center, has a lot of left-sided ideas. She is more conservative today than I am. It's almost frightening. And it's not just her. It's her entire friend group. These are people going to college that are sophomores, juniors. Some, I guess, are getting close to their senior year in college. This friend group, so it ranges in age from 18 to early to mid-20s. And all of these people are Trump supporters, and they're vocal about it. They're not shy about it. They don't necessarily wear the Make America Great Again hat, but if anybody asks them, they're willing to talk about it. And I think that that's very telling because generally young people, 18 to 29, that's a demographic that's owned by the Democrats historically. Well, right now I'm seeing it split 50-50, and it might even be sliding a little bit towards Donald Trump because exactly what John said. These folks can't afford rent. They can't afford to get a car loan. They certainly can't afford to buy a house in this environment because the cost of housing has gone so far through the roof, and something else that Donald Trump talks about. When you have a rent that is expensive, predicted to double over the next 10 years by people like Grant Cardone that I talked to on this program and so forth, when you see rents that are going to double but incomes that are not keeping up, these young people understand that, and they've gone to college, they've done what they've told, they end up with $100,000 college debt. Some of them get forgiven, some don't, but the point is they've got this debt, and they did what they were told to do. They worked hard and earned that, and now they cannot survive, and they're angry about it, and who can blame them? I mean, honestly.
I will tell you, I'm with you on that, and what's fascinating to me is, John, you're in the D.C. area. You're in Michigan, Steve. I'm in Texas, where I get, insulated because most of the young people here, most of the adults that I run with are all conservatives, proud conservatives. We talk about it. Yet I do radio in Los Angeles where our callers call in and they tell us how they can't tell any of their friends that they're conservatives because they work on movie sets and all of these things. So you hear all this and, it's just amazing, depending on what part of the country you are, about how open people can be about it. My goal is for everyone to say, screw it. Just be open about it no matter where you are. Be open, be respectful. But that's how we push President Trump over the top. All right, I know you guys are going to stick around with me. We're awaiting President Trump. It's just about 7 o'clock Eastern time now, 7:01, so he should be out any moment. He runs a little late normally, so that's not a surprise. But before he comes out, let me tell you about this. We are in a critical, pivotal election year. 2024 is a battle for the soul of America. If you are fed up with compromise, it's time to switch to Patriot Mobile. It is my choice for a phone. It is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. With Patriot Mobile, you get the same nationwide coverage as the major carriers without funding the woke left. Every call you make supports conservative causes and puts America first. Switching is easy. They're 100% U.S.-based customer service team. You can keep your number, keep your phone, upgrade your phone, whatever you need, they will find the perfect plan for you. Here's what I want you to do. Go to patriotmobile.com/save USA or call 972-PATRIOT now. Get a free month when you use the offer code SAVEUSA. That's patriotmobile.com/save USA or call 972-PATRIOT and tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, folks. Coming up, we're awaiting President Trump. We will have it all for you because we are committed to that. Stick with me.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
People who have allergies will have lots of problems. If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you can breathe easier, sleep better, feel healthier. If you have seasonal allergies, Navage can help.
Navage, brand new look, same great product.
My plan is to give tax deduction. Taxes are going to have to go up. Cost of housing is too expensive. Bidenomics is working. I will not ban fracking. I'm in favor of banning fracking. So we're not taking anybody's guns. We have to have a buyback program. Brings a sense of optimism.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas?
I believe in the ambitions of the American people.
I will snatch their patent. We will take over.
Name calling.
Don't you find some of their stuff plain weird?
Welcome back, everyone. This is our Trump Time special report as we await President Trump to speak out in Detroit, Michigan at this rally. I have seen now that there is a gentleman who has taken the stage. He looks like he's wearing an Auto Workers for Trump shirt. So let's get out there now. Let's listen into what he has to say, and we'll keep an eye out for all of it.
I went back to school, got my associate's degree. This is very common in the auto industry. It's up, it's down. There's changes all the time. You got to be flexible. My dad told me when I hired in at 19 at Chrysler, be ready for the ups and downs. When you're up, put some money in the bank because you're going to be going down. It's cyclical. So I ended up getting hired in at Ford Motor Company when I was 38 years old. Put on the assembly line. I was almost 40, okay? So I worked 25 years for Ford Motor Company until I retired recently at the end of COVID. So thank God we got through that. What a joke, okay? We all know that story. But what I'm getting at here is the auto industry is up and down. We've been in decline, let's admit it, for 30 or 40 years. Why? Because our jobs have been getting sold down the river. They're moving plants to Mexico. It's been happening slowly but steadily. So now we have an opponent, Kamala Harris, who is a co-sponsor of the Green New Scam legislation. In that legislation, it said by the year 2035, we will no longer produce internal combustion engines in this country. If that were to happen, you can kiss the domestic auto industry goodbye. Anybody in here been to the Woodward Dream Cruise? All right. Beautiful. That's celebrating the American auto industry, the classic cars. That industry has built Detroit. It built the middle class, and everything in Michigan's economy is revolving around the auto industry. But now, if Kamala Harris and Tampon Tim were to find their way into the White House, you can kiss all that goodbye. So we have a job to do. We got to go out, and every single one of us has to vote on the very first day of early in-person voting. And then that's 9 days ahead of the election. It'll be on a Sunday. It won't be your normal voting place. There will be a bunch of precincts that are allowed to go there, though, to vote early. You get your butts in there and vote early, and then you spend 9 days going through your phone contact list, telling every single person you got in there to get out and vote in person early. If we do that, our vote is too big to rig. The cheating that went on down here at Cobo Arena, it was called TCF Center at that time. The cheating that went on was unbelievable. I witnessed it with my own eyes. All these absentee ballots that got mailed out were collected, filled out hastily, and they brought them back down here the night after the election. I had to come down. I was a poll challenger. I had to come down the second day, the day after the election. Every ballot I saw had one vote on it. You know, in a presidential year, there's about 30 things you vote on that ballot. President, senator, congressman, state level races, all kinds of stuff. But all the ballots I saw the day after the election had one vote for Joe Biden, over and over and over. That, folks, in my eyes, that's fraud. I wrote 4 affidavits. We submitted them to all kinds of different law firms that were filing lawsuits. We couldn't get it into court. They said we didn't have standing, some other technicality. It was all BS. Well, we know how they did it now. We know what they're going to try and do this time. They don't have COVID to use as an excuse. They don't have drop boxes on every corner. So we're not going to let them get away with it. But the only way we can beat their cheating is to make our vote too big to beat with cheating. Now listen. The Teamsters union held a vote. They held a vote, and that's what should happen in the unions. Guess what? 60% of them voted to endorse Donald Trump. That was Teamsters. That was Teamsters. So regardless who gets elected, they're still going to probably have a job because everything has to be transported by truck, right? But the UAW, if Kamala Harris were to get elected, our livelihood's gone. Our industry is gone. She wants to eliminate it. Her running mate, Tampon Timmy, took his honeymoon in China. He takes group trips over there with students to China. He loves China. He doesn't love this country. Now, he tried to act like he's an outdoorsman, a hunter. We all saw that video. Did anybody see that video of him trying to load a shotgun? It's like he never saw one in his life. They're all lies. They're all phonies. And like Donald Trump says, they're fakes. So listen, Detroit, I'm asking you, get out and vote. Get your family out to vote. Make sure your neighbors get out and vote. Make sure your coworkers get out and vote. We've got to win this election. Our survival depends on it. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, you never know with these rallies. Sometimes they go speaker to speaker very quickly in short order. Sometimes they don't. And in this case, they didn't. But there you have an auto worker, which, excuse me one more time, Mr. Producer Man. Oh, we believe that Byron Donalds may be on his way out to take the podium, which is always a great treat. This guy's freaking awesome. I wish we had every congressman in Washington was like Byron Donalds. A true fighter, stands for his beliefs, and really does a great job for the people of Florida and in turn for all of us around the country. So here comes Byron Donalds out to the podium in Detroit, Michigan. Let's listen in.
Man, is it good to be back in Detroit. "18 days, Detroit. 18 days to win the state of Michigan. 18 days to make Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States. 18 days to make America great again." And I got to take this one from the president. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I got to take it from him right now. 18 days to tell Kamala Harris that she is fired. You know they're in trouble when they go on Fox News. Because she's been avoiding the conservative movement. She's been avoiding the American people. All she wanted to do was say that she grew up in a middle-class family. Well, guess what, Kamala? I grew up in a poor family. And you know what I know? You have no idea what you're talking about, and the American people have had enough. I mean, Michigan, she picked a guy that can't even load a shotgun right. I mean, come on. Come on. But we have a simple job in front of us, and this job is real simple. You got to get out and vote. Who here has voted already? That's pretty good. Who's getting out to vote tomorrow? What I need everybody to do is make sure you get your votes in before Election Day. Get them in early. Because on Election Day, we need you to get in your phones and get your families and friends out there to vote. We need you to make sure the people who are low propensity, you're not quite sure what they're going to do. You got to get them to the polls so they can vote. You got to go into your churches. I see you over there, Pastor. Don't think I didn't see you. I see you over there. I saw you. You got to get into your churches. Make sure your fellow congregants, they get out and vote. This country is saved by the voice of the American people. You guys can do that with all of us. Donald Trump's going to work hard for the remaining 18 days. He's going to be all over the United States taking the message of putting the American people first. In 18 days, we get to tell the press that we believe in a strong economy where prices are stable and people can actually get ahead. In 18 days, we're going to tell the press and we're going to tell the world that America's southern border is secured and we're deporting a lot of illegal immigrants. In 18 days, we are going to protect women's sports and get men out of those sports and get boys out of the locker room. In 18 days, we're going to stop this insanity of saying that a young boy can automatically be a girl. We're going to protect children. We're going to protect puberty. In 18 days, Pastor, you're going to like this one. In 18 days, manhood in America is making a comeback. And in 18 days, Michigan, in 18 days, Michigan will go red and Donald Trump will be the 47th president of these United States. God bless you, Michigan. Detroit, make sure you turn out. And God bless America. See ya.
All right, so it's interesting. He talked about women's sports and saving it. John Solomon and I were talking about what happens with young people and why there is a shift among young people. I could tell you a personal story. My niece lives in Massachusetts. She's 17 years old. She runs cross country. She recently had to compete against a man. Her mother is a Wellesley graduate, hardcore Massachusetts liberal. Where do you think my niece, John Solomon, now falls on all of this, that she had to compete against a man? She says, Uncle Grant, I follow you on Instagram now, and I'm getting my friends to follow you too, John.
Yeah, that's, listen, that is amazing. That transgender issue, that women in sports issue, is moving races, particularly in Wisconsin, where Eric Hovde, the U.S. Senate candidate, has used it very effectively in ads and in stump speeches. President Trump has been hitting on this for 2 years. I remember the first time he did the Moms for Liberty event in Philadelphia back in the summer 2023, and he nailed it. That audience went wild, and that was a first-time test of the message. It works. It's moving
John,
people every day.
Mike Rogers has taken the podium, and so let's go out and listen to him.
The guy moving numbers
John
too.
Solomon spot on. So is Mike Rogers.
Michigan is your grocery cart. We got a lot of work to do. And I'll tell you this, they often say we're first at this, the Democrats, we're first at this. We've done this, we put somebody in that looks like this. Let me tell you the 4 firsts that they have done to us in the last 4 years. This is the first time in American history we now import more food than we export. This is the first time in our history that they built more foreign cars in America than we built domestic cars in America. This is the first time in American history that the interest payment on our national debt will be higher than Department of Defense. This is the first time in America that our collective credit card debt exceeds $1 trillion. And that means families are using their credit card to buy groceries at 23%. We cannot take another 4 years of the Harris absolute, yeah, go ahead, you get excited about it. And you know how we change this? We elect Donald J. Trump on November 5th. And here's something else we have to do. We have a lot of folks that are hurting around our state. A lot of folks here in Detroit are hurting. A lot of folks in the UP are hurting. We know families that are the last Youpers, you bet. The last 2 and 3 days of the month. The last 2 and 3 days of the month, folks are using the food pantry to put food on their table. Their electric bills and gas bills are going through the roof. 23% increase in car repossessions right here in the state of Michigan just last year. People are hurting. So here's what we have to do. We need to treat this election like it is the most consequential election of our lifetime. Do you think we are better off than we were 4 years ago? So let's work together to do this. We're going to stand up for police officers who are been treated. Yeah, you bet. And come November, we're going to have their back. We're going to stand up for the men and women who are serving in our military today and are ready for a commander-in-chief. You bet. And we will have their back. We are going to stand up for Detroiters who have been neglected by the Democratic Party year in and year out. We are going to have their back in November. We are going to have the backs of every mom who is struggling, for every girl who turns around and sees a male in their locker room. We are going to stand up for the people who work every day. We're going to stand up for the auto industry. We're going to say no to EV mandates and yes to prosperity. We, in November, are going to say, we have your back. God bless you. Get to work. Let's get it done.
All right, well, that's a very important Senate race right there that Mike Rogers is running for. I want to bring in John Solomon. John, we may have speakers come out, so if I cut you off, please, I apologize in advance. But Mike Rogers is important. You got Dave McCormick that is important. You have John Tester. They're spending millions and millions of dollars in Montana, a state that has like 1 or 2 congressional districts. But this shows you the balance of power. Boy, they're going all out to get it.
And I'll tell you what, the bellwether of how this country's feeling will be seen in these races. Eric Avdi, Mike Rogers. I think the Sheehy race may be over in Montana. It sort of looks like that race is breaking Sheehy's way in a big way. If Ohio goes Republicans' way with Bernie Moreno, that's going to be a thing. You could see a 54-46 Republican Senate, the way some of these races are trending. No one would have thought of that a few minutes. It's just pretty remarkable.
No. That would be, I mean, boy, how happy would we be? Control the House, control the Senate. And we've got Stephen Miller out there, a longtime advisor to President Trump, immigration specialist. Let's listen in.
Of betrayal after 4 years of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden savaging the working and middle class of this country, after 4 years of open borders and mass illegal immigration, after 4 years of inflation, crime, unemployment, misery, war, death, destruction, and devastation, are you ready to reclaim your country, reclaim your future, and reclaim the United States of America? I ask you to think about the journey that we have been on over these last 8 years. Since the day that Donald Trump stepped forward and put his name into the ring, since the day that he stepped forward and said, I will serve you,
What have they thrown at him? The machine, the corrupt establishment, all the forces, all the parasitic forces that have been stealing this country's wealth and jobs. What did they do? One hoax, one persecution, one witch hunt, one slander, one vile defamation after another, lawfare after lawfare, one corrupt attack after another, and not one, but 2 assassination attempts that this man has endured. And I ask you, did he ever waver? Did he ever falter? Did he ever stand down? Or did he raise his fists into the air and shout, "Fight, fight, fight"? What I am asking you, people of Detroit and Michigan, is what are we fighting for? What is Donald Trump fighting for on your behalf? Your right to live in a city that is safe and clean and prosperous. The right to be able to take your kids to a park and not have to worry about crime or drugs or needles or graffiti. The right to send your kids to a school where they teach them that America is a great and wonderful country, not to indoctrinate them with hate and lies and leftist nonsense. To live in a country where our government agencies, including FEMA, prioritize American citizens and not illegal aliens. Where when you have citizens who are displaced by hurricanes, they're the ones who should get free housing, not illegal migrants. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to dream that your own country, your own government, your own society, your own civilization could care more about you and your family and your children than illegal aliens who have absolutely no right to even be on our soil? And then there's the jobs. Detroit once was the city that powered the entire world. Every car worth driving in the entire world was manufactured here. Not in Mexico, not in China, not in Japan. It was manufactured here. The best cars in the world are made in Detroit, but we need to make 5 times as many cars, 10 times as many cars, 20 times as many cars. And Donald Trump has a plan to do it. Donald Trump has a plan to make Detroit and to make Michigan the economic center of the world. And he is going to go country by country, and he is going to go to the world leaders and say America's not going to be bullied, America's not going to be intimidated, America's not going to be pressured, America is not going to lose its jobs or its wealth to foreign lands and foreign nations and foreign leaders and foreign companies. That wealth is going to stay right here in the city of Detroit and is going to belong to you and your families. So all I am asking, all we are asking, is for every person in this room to dedicate themselves to the simple but essential task of delivering the votes we need to win the state of Michigan. You need to get your friends, family, co-workers, churchgoers, every person you know, people that you barely know, everyone you come into contact with. Email, write, text, everything you can think of, and deliver a tsunami, an actual tsunami of votes for Donald Trump, too big to rig, because if Michigan goes for Trump, then America goes for Trump, and your hero, your champion, is back in the White House, and we will be able to say that Donald J. Trump is the 47th President of the United States, and America is back. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Detroit, and God bless America.
Well, this is a nice night for the people in Detroit, Michigan. They get some real conservative stars out there. When you talk about Byron Donalds and Stephen Miller, I'm always interested to see who's next. I don't have a list of the speakers. It often is just as much a surprise to me as it is to all of you watching. I'm going to bring John Solomon in, but I'm waiting to see if they've got somebody else coming out. They don't. But now, John, as we go 18 days out this is when I think you're going to see a lot of big names at these rallies. Not that there's not always big names, but I mean a lot of big names, one after the other.
Listen, the surrogate program that Trump has is just extraordinary. When you got Elon Musk at the top of that list and RFK Jr., a Democrat, on the top of that list, there is a lot of excitement because you never know when they're going to show up somewhere. Elon Musk was in Pennsylvania the other day, like, wow, he just showed up. It's an amazing group that they put together, and it's an amazing coalition. And what it does is, we always have heard the Republican talk about the big tent, and it was always an aspiration. This year, it's a reality. What you're seeing are all sorts of people, all different walks of life, coming in and saying, even though it's not my normal role here, I'm not afraid to say I'm Republican, or I'm not afraid to admit that I'm going to stand for Donald Trump or even support Donald Trump. Big tech guys, big media people, lawyers, it's stacking up, and that's very powerful. It sends a subliminal message to people who might be afraid to say I'm a Trump supporter. These people are saying it's okay to do it. It's okay. You don't have to give up all your value. You can still be a Trump supporter. I think that surrogate program has been very powerful for him.
I saw Democrats that have issued warnings to other Democrats saying, do not underestimate the power of Elon Musk. Elon Musk was a hero amongst Democrats for a long time. Not so much anymore. But when you have real high-ranking Democrats realizing this, that's a coup for President Trump.
Yeah, it really is. And, he's got great women surrogates going out. He's got great people making the case, young people going out there. I think the most authentic guy on the stage thus far, just because he spoke like a Michigander, was that union worker. He had that swagger that a union worker has. He had that frustration of taking the lunch pail to work and not knowing whether your job is going to be there 2 weeks later. That sort of person shows up in every single Trump rally. And it began with the RNC convention in Milwaukee. They didn't put superstars on at RNC Milwaukee. They put everyday people to sell the message of need and want and hope for the country. And every event, even as these now incredible surrogates are out there for star power, they always remember to put everyday Americans on the front and center stage. That is something very different from the Kamala Harris campaign. There's a photo out today, if you take a look at it, Kamala Harris is talking to young people, and they put like a strap in front of them, like, oh, we don't trust you guys not to rush the stage. It's just so different from what Donald Trump's rallies are like. There are both symbolic and real blocks to everyday Americans talking with or for Democrats, and there's a very open ability for Donald Trump to speak to everyday Americans at his rallies.
Than this network. After all, the name of this network is Real America's Voice. And this is about the people. I know, John, you're a lot like me. I'm just a voice for the people out there and proud of it. And this network is just a voice for the people. Another guy who falls into that category is, of course, Steve Gruber, who's out with the people. And there is no better crowd to be with than the people at a Trump rally. And I mean that, Steve. I would rather be at a Trump rally than any cocktail party in the middle of Dallas or any other big city in America. That's where I'd rather be tonight. I'll tell you that much, Steve.
Well, I agree with you on that, Grant. Look, this is the backbone of America, the arsenal of democracy. That's what Michigan is, and that's what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and all the folks on the stage here are talking about. How do we get Michigan back to where it was? A lot of talk about tariffs. Donald Trump says tariffs are good because it forces people to come back and create jobs and business in America. His critics say tariffs are terrible and call them a tax on ordinary Americans. But here's the truth. When he talks about companies like John Deere or Ford Motor Company building factories in Mexico, and he says, you can go ahead and do that, and we'll slap 200% tariffs on those vehicles and those tractors coming back into America. They say, you know what? Maybe we're not going to go to Mexico. Now, I'm getting the feeling, Grant, that the boss is about to walk out behind me. If he does, I'll step aside and let you guys see that, and Grant can take us all the way in. But here's the truth. Donald Trump was here talking to business leaders in Michigan. Why? Because Michigan needs jobs. When the economy of America gets a cold, Michigan gets the flu, and Nevada. For whatever reason, Michigan and Nevada take it on the chin worse than any other two states, and those are two critical swing states, and that's why this conversation is, again, so important. That's why Donald Trump's spending so much time in Michigan. He told me a number of months ago, in a couple of different conversations I had with him, that he believed if he won Michigan, he would win this election. I believe that to be true, Grant. If he carries Michigan, it means good things have happened for Donald Trump, because it probably means he also carried Pennsylvania and possibly Wisconsin, too. And as John pointed out earlier, Real Clear Politics has moved all 7 swing states now into Donald Trump's column.
Wow.
I think the word is epic, if that happens.
It is epic. And John, I'd be curious because, Steve was talking about this idea of tariffs, putting 100% tariffs on China and then force them to build plants here where there would be American jobs.
Yeah.
Now, I, as a conservative, had never really been a tariff guy. But you know what President Trump taught me? Not that tariffs can be an economic policy, but that tariffs can be a weapon. And you use tariffs as a weapon against your enemy. And so this is what I think President Trump's real plan is with using them only against China. Vietnam, Taiwan, they can pick up the slack where China left off if we don't have American companies yet that are able to build these things. But he's really targeting China, isn't he, John? What are your friends in Congress saying, Republicans specifically, that probably for a long time were like me and not a fan of tariffs?
30 years ago, every Republican preached from the gospel of free trade. And now you hear them change that word to free and fair trade. Because one of the things we learned was that free trade meant the United States kept its barriers down, but China could cheat and no one would punish them. And so Donald Trump's the first guy to step in the void, say free trade is not fair trade. And until it is fair trade, we're not going to make it free in America. You cheat on us, you get penalized in our country. And I think that he's adapted the thinking of many, many Republicans. Grant, you sound like you're one of them, where, listen, we do want to achieve free trade, but it isn't free trade if America gives everything open and free across our border and the others don't do. And that was the lesson of NAFTA. Bill Clinton's NAFTA boomeranged on him because at the end of the day, we kept our word, but a lot of our other allies didn't keep the word. And China particularly has been the biggest cheater. And the World Trade Organization, the UN, doesn't have the courage to stand up to China and meaningfully fix the marketplace until American companies are already mortally or seriously wounded. And so Donald Trump is still a free trade guy, but his free trade requires fairness first, and that's why tariffs are the ultimate penalty. You want free trade? Be fair. If you're not fair, eat my tariff. And he said today in that Michigan event just before this one, I like the word tariff more than the word love. It's just a better sounding word to me. People chuckled, but they knew exactly what he meant. It's the game changer with China and other people that want to cheat in what's supposed to be a free trade market.
Yeah, I would think that when you go after China, and Steve Gruber, I heard Kevin O'Leary, the guy from Shark Tank, Mr. Wonderful, he was on Fox. He says he'd never been a tariff guy except for China. He said his businesses are getting killed in China. He wanted 400% tariff on China. But again, it's just about going after China, letting other countries pick up the slack. Steve, I'm curious. Auto workers in Detroit, Michigan have to be all for tariffing any cars from China coming in and auto parts coming in and those kinds of things, Steve.
Well, one thing we talked about, by the way, Grant, I thought you were Mr. Wonderful. I'm mistaken. I'm going to go ahead and correct the record on that. Look, it is time to build in America again. And after World War II, we had this Marshall Plan where we allowed other countries to tariff American products. As a result of that, you don't go to China and see American cars. You don't see Chevrolets and Ford and Ram trucks. You just don't see it. You don't see it in most of Europe either still. There were efforts and inroads in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, but it's never really broken through. And the vehicles we build here in Detroit and in Kentucky and in Tennessee and in Georgia and all across this country that are American brands are as good as any vehicles on the market today. And I can guarantee you that people here would embrace the opportunity to put those motor vehicles, those cars and light trucks on the road all over this world. And they could, except that you're right. Other countries control the game. And it is a game to get vehicles and other products into markets where they deserve to be. And that's what Donald Trump's talking about. He's talking about leveling the playing field. And you do that by saying, you know what, if you're going to put a 100% tariff or a 200% tariff on our goods, we'll return the favor. And when you return the favor, suddenly they go, oh, maybe we won't do that. So there's a school of thought that opposes tariffs. But the way it's been laid out, especially to that Bloomberg reporter here earlier this week, when Donald Trump says it must be difficult to realize after spending a whole career promoting anti-tariff positions that you find out and get explained to yourself that you're wrong about all of it. And I thought that was a powerful moment from that Bloomfield exchange. I do. And I thought that Donald Trump really explained it well and said, look, we need to have this because we need to open up American markets for American vehicles. We need to open your markets to our products. Yeah. We can't have these trade deficits going on forever either.
So I think, Steve, that where even conservatives, the left, missed the mark on not understanding what President Trump is trying to do with tariffs. Is you made mention of it, Steve. We will probably never get to the point of having to lay down the 100, 200, 400% tariff. Because if we told China we're going to do that, John Solomon, I think China, their economy is very fragile right now. I think they would fold. I think they would say, you know what? Okay, uncle, we give up the tariffs. Let's just open it up for both sides and have at it. And we never get to the point. You got to build your factory here. It won't happen because there'll be no tariffs. And maybe his threats alone, John, get to the point of fair trade equals free trade.
China's economy is as fragile as Europe's security. And when Donald Trump told Europe, I'm not paying for NATO anymore, I'm not going to back you up if you don't start paying your dues. Everybody started paying their dues. China has a massive problem with its commercial real estate market and some other issues, supply chain, energy shortages. They have problems there. You're right. I think, and the difference is if Kamala Harris made the threat, China would laugh and say, I'm not taking that seriously. Donald Trump makes the threat. They're going to take him seriously. And they can't afford economic shockwaves. They can't afford a monetary war right now. They can't afford the United States going in and trying to compete in Africa and other places where they're trying to sew up minerals right now. So I think they're going to comply pretty quick. And I think that's Donald Trump knows that. The art of the deal is knowing not only the wants of your enemy or that your negotiating foe, it's also knowing their fears. And he always knows how to hit that fear button with China. And China has generally bent to his wishes. And I want to remind one reason why Republicans have changed it a lot. All through the first Trump presidency, even people in Trump's own administration weren't sold on tariffs. But when the COVID pandemic hit and we realized we had no supply chain in America, we were literally at the mercy of China for masks and gowns, something that was, a staple of American production. People woke up and we let this get too far. And I think that pandemic experience was one of the big correction moments in conservative thinking on fair and free trade.
Yeah, I think you're right. All right, folks, you see those two guys on your screen, Gruber and Solomon? They're very expensive guys. So I need to do a little read to pay some bills here so we can keep having them back, okay? And this is great because you're going to want this. Something truly special, okay? The official Trump Vance 24-yard sign from TrumpYardSigns.com. We are introducing the Trump Yard Sign, exclusively available at TrumpYardSigns.com. These signs aren't just about politics. They're about standing firm in our beliefs and displaying unwavering support in the face of adversity. Now you can join the movement by proudly displaying your support with one of these bold, eye-catching yard signs crafted with premium materials. These signs are built to withstand any weather condition, ensuring they remain a beacon of support in your neighborhood for years to come. Visit TrumpYardSigns.com right now to secure your yard sign. Again, that is TrumpYardSigns.com. All right, Steve Gruber is standing by, John Solomon in D.C. Steve, you had told me you're in a purple community. Are you afraid to put a Trump sign up in your yard? Does your car get keyed in that purple community? Or what's the level of what's the threat level in your town?
I see that, but here's an interesting thing. I don't see the assault on Trump's. First of all, I think a lot of people don't put out Trump signs that are Trump supporters. Ivy was here earlier talking about this, about how many Kamala Harris signs we see, Alyssa Slotkin signs we see. But the fact of the matter is, I think that there is that silent Trump voter that doesn't put it out. But there's not the animosity this year that there was in 2020. I truly believe that. The animosity towards Donald, which is why you see his popularity numbers. When people look back and say, well, how do you like Donald Trump now? Well, he is looking better today than he did in 2020 as far as, favorability ratings. Why? Because people look back on his 4 years as president and say, wait a second, he did a better job than what we have seen recently from this administration. So therefore, I think there's a lot of positive movement towards Trump, the guy that I'm hearing behind me.
Steve, I think that one of the reasons there's less animosity is because they haven't done as good a job as labeling us all racist. And the reason they can't do that is because you have record numbers of black folks and Hispanic folks coming to us. And anecdotally, John, I talk to everybody about politics. I'm not shy. I always want to know where somebody stands. I don't care what color they are. I know we have this video that usually means President Trump is coming on the stage. So why don't we go to that? I'll finish this up the next time we get to talk. But this is exciting because President Trump is due out any moment once this video starts to play.
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
He is strong, he is fearless, and he is what this country needs right now.
Our cities will be safe, our streets will be clean, and our border will be secure.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
The left told me to hate Trump. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you're
when Donald Trump was president, we were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you love this country, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. And a very, very special, we love this place. We love Detroit. Thank you very much. And hello to Michigan. We win Michigan, we win the whole ball game. Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands and thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Thank you very much, everybody. So I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Not even close. And our country's not better off, that I can tell you. Early mail-in voting in Michigan is now underway. So here in Detroit, early in-person voting starts tomorrow. So get the hell out and vote. You got to get out and vote. With your help, 18 days from now, we are going to win the state of Michigan. We are going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we are going to, quite simply, make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. You know, Detroit has such great potential, but Kamala and the Democrats have been wreaking havoc on this place. This very, in many respects, it's a sacred place. So many things happened in Detroit, and it's been treated so badly. And they've been talking about comebacks for so long, but we're going to bring it back better than it ever was, better than it was many, many years ago. We're going to make Detroit great again. We're going to make it great again. You know, they have been talking about it for years and years and years. For generations, this city and state were the world capital of automotive production and one of the great manufacturing centers in all of history. No matter where you went, this was the greatest in all of history. But year after year, globalist politicians like crooked Joe Biden, lying Kamala Harris, sold you out and let other countries loot, pillage, and plunder our wealth, our jobs, and our dreams. And they did that here more than any other place in our country. 40% of Michigan auto jobs were annihilated after NAFTA, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization was a disaster for your beautiful place, your beautiful city, and frankly, your beautiful state. Detroit was decimated. That's right. Detroit was decimated as if by a foreign army. There was no difference. Our factories were left in ruins, and under Kamala Harris, this year alone, the United States has lost nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs. You know, they're doing a terrible job. Did you see her interview the other night? She said, essentially, yeah, I'd keep it the way Biden had it. Oh, that's great. That's great. He got out because of the way he kept it. She'll keep it the same way. U.S. car sales are down 38% since I left office. But with victory in November, we're going to take back what is ours, and it is ours. We're going to take it back, and we're going to bring back our jobs, our dignity, and our dreams. And standing before you tonight, I am proclaiming to the people of this state that by the end of my term, the entire world will be talking about the Michigan miracle and the stunning rebirth of Detroit. And this will be a real rebirth. Right? Under the Trump administration, all who have robbed you, raided you, ransacked you, and abused you will discover very quickly America will not be taken advantage of anymore. We were taken advantage of for years, for decades. We will reclaim our stolen wealth, and the days of Detroit's economic glory will return greater and stronger than ever before. Promise. And I know how to do it. Oh, do I know how to do it. I will put Detroit first, I will put Michigan first, and I will put America first, and that's the way it is. As we speak, China was building a gigantic auto plant in Mexico. You know about that, and really more than one. Don't worry about it. I took care of it for you. Took care of it. It's already done. Without even closing the big deal, which is the presidency, I've already got it done. Of course, if she got in, she has no idea what the hell she's doing. She's grossly incompetent, worse than him. Then I cannot tell you what's going to. I can tell you they'll build the plant. I can tell you, but it's already done. They think they're going to sell all of their cars into the United States and destroy Michigan, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I promise you. No, they're building giant plants, and now they just announced something. which is going to save Detroit because you would not be able to compete with this plant, the biggest in the world by far. A friend of mine builds them. He said, the biggest in the world. He wanted to show it to me. I said, no, thank you. I have other things to do. I want to see the plants built in the United States. That's the ones I want to look at. So I said to him, John, a year ago, I want to see a plant. And he said, sir, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to look at one here. I said, there's no big ones being built in the United States. I said, that's bad. I said, how big is it in Mexico? The biggest in the world. I said, so they're going to make cars and sell them in here. Kill Detroit, kill Michigan. You wouldn't have anything left. You wouldn't have anything left. So the other day I was speaking, a couple of weeks ago, I was speaking at the Economic Club of Detroit, which was nice, made a nice speech. And what happened, I saw John, who's the biggest and the best auto builder. That's what he does. He builds plants. I don't know if he can build anything else. I'm not sure he can build an apartment, but plants he's very good at. And I hadn't spoken to him in a year. He was telling me about this massive plant. And I spoke, and I explained how I'm going to put massive tariffs, very big tariffs on anybody in Mexico that's selling cars are going to hurt our business here. And I said to him, how's that plant coming along, John? And he said, sir, they just told me it's over. They're not building it. They think Trump is going to win. He's going to impose tariffs, and it's worthless. You owe me big. You owe me. So they stopped construction. They're not building it. And Detroit will survive. But now we got to make it more. Now we're going to build the plants. So I'm going to do, sometime next week, I'm going to call the people building the plant, very big, wealthy company, which is backed by China. It's China, you know. It's China. It's in Mexico, but it's China. And I'm going to say, build your plant in the United States. We want people to build plants in the United States, employ our people. That's what we want. And if you do that, it's a whole different story. And ideally, they'll build it right here in Detroit. And we'll get Detroit moving. And others will come also. So vote Trump, and you will see a mass exodus of manufacturing jobs from Mexico to Michigan, from Shanghai to Sterling Heights, and from Beijing to right here in Detroit and other cities all across America. Because a strong auto industry will make all of Detroit richer, boosting suppliers, real estate, and your entire economy. And, you know, I've been reading about Detroit for so long, the comeback. This is the real comeback. This isn't artificial stuff. This is the real comeback. You better vote for me. So very simply, it's not overly complex. Some people don't understand it. If you watched Bloomberg the other day, you would have seen the CEO of Bloomberg interview me, and I think he understood it. And I think the Wall Street Journal now understands it. Because to me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary, it's not love, it's not respect.
right, so it's pretty obvious here in the room that Donald Trump has lost his microphone. Of course, when these sorts of things happen, the Kamala Harris campaign will say, well, he wandered not knowing all here. The failure to bring him a wireless handheld mic, that didn't work. So he just waving to the crowd, waiting for this technical issue to be corrected. And we don't have any idea how long it's going to take. It's a technical problem or an issue with the wiring. They're working very hard to get him a microphone right now, working very hard to get him back hooked up. He's having some fun talking to the crowd, doing some pictures and so forth. But this has taken an awfully long time already for it not to work. Let's see if this works. If hand on, I believe. If hand coming up to talk to him. They're trying to correct the problem as we speak here in Michigan. Again, no microphone. Maybe he can yell.
He probably could.
I could invite him back here to speak on the Real America's Voice microphones, that's for sure. First time we've seen such a problem happen. We know we had a couple of matters here recently that prevented him from continuing speaking. Clearly frustrating for the crowd, frustrating for the former president here on stage.
We are Real America's Voice. Damon Roberts here with Slick Rick Delgado. We're watching President Trump. Obviously, this gives new meaning to the word mic drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike has officially dropped completely in Michigan. Wow. And as Gruber was saying, this is now, we've heard for days after the president had two people faint. Wherever he was, where was he when the people fainted? Just, I guess, last week, wherever that was. And he played music. Remember when he was with Kristi Noem?
Yep.
Yeah, in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Of course, the media and the left after that told us that he's falling apart. He was wandering around like he was Joe Biden.
Right.
So I'm sure tonight they're going to take this and they'll just say, well, the guy started wandering around the stage.
Yeah,
and they won't even mention what actually happened here.
Yeah, he just stopped talking.
They'll just say he turned his back to the camera and started looking at the people in the back holding up signs for an hour, for minutes on end. No one can figure out what was going on. This is what the media will report.
Right, wow. And they won't mention anything about Whitmer Electronics being the sponsor.
Yeah, exactly.
There in Michigan,
Ava Perone Electronics put the speaker system in here. Yeah. I mean, that's not out of the. Is that out of the question here? That's absolutely not.
Here we go.
Nope. Nothing.
Wow. Nothing yet.
I mean, this, and honestly, Fran, you could speak to this as being an audio expert. I mean, even in a place like this shouldn't take that long, no matter what happened.
Yeah.
If the soundboard fried, you should have another soundboard ready to go. I mean, it really can't be. You wouldn't think that this could be something that could take this long. Now, if the speakers went, they don't have other speakers, or they have bad wires, or like Delgado said, Ava Perone Electronics is the one who
they got Ava Perone
who put this in.
True. Right. Trump wanders around
aimlessly on stage.
Oh yeah, that's
see the stage.
Oh, this is what they're gonna.
She's gonna look. It's gonna look like that scene from. They're gonna dress her up like that scene in Airplane where he pulls the big plug out of the wall and everything goes dark. Like,
yeah. Do we have any backstage cameras to see who's messing around with electronics? That's what I'd like to know.
The amount of scrambling that's probably going on back there.
Oh, I can just imagine.
I can't even imagine the stress.
I can imagine what the scrambling is going on.
Harry's not there, right?
Harry's off the hook here. Harry is on Long Island. Harry is off the hook here.
Harry's at a happy hour somewhere on Long Island.
Harry's off the hook. Harry has nothing to do with electronics. I think Whitmer Electronics is probably more to blame.
Yeah. The union, baby. Union job.
Well, think about it. It is Michigan.
It's true.
I'm sure there's a few of them that maybe are like, you know what? I'm going to sabotage this a little bit.
Yeah, I could see that.
You never know. I'm not saying it happened, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Steve Gruber, if you're there and you can hear me, do you know if was Whitmer Electronics the company that was hired to do this tonight?
Yeah, after they did communion, that's what happened with Governor Whitmer. You got it.
That's exactly
True confessions
right.
Prayed with Dorito chips, and then you have this. But they're working feverishly. I can see guys running around. They've got cables in their hands. They're trying to borrow microphones. They're trying to get things sorted out. Donald Trump is doing the best he can. I mean, he's got nothing to do up there. He can't talk to anybody. But I heard you guys talk about it. Oh, Donald Trump wandering around aimlessly, no idea where he is. I mean, really, that's the kind of nonsense that they will try to push.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we heard we've heard since the Oaks, Pennsylvania, when it was people fainting and whatever the deal was. Stayed on stage for 45 minutes to an hour, played some music, and boy, they had him out to be Biden. So
yeah, here's the big sign: technical difficulties, complicated business here. Apparently, as we're watching this unfold.
There you go.
Yeah, it's got to be something bigger than just the bad mic and microphone cables. Because again, you mentioned, Damon, that they tried to hand him a wireless microphone and it wasn't working. So that means it's beyond the microphone. It's got to be something else.
I mean, whatever it is, I mean, it's just hard to imagine something. Yeah, he's shaking his head like, I mean, this really, I mean, someone should be getting fired over this because this
He's got to be irritated.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to be. It just can't happen. And if it does happen, it can't take this long to get fixed.
It, No, it can't. You can't have this. You've got a packed room full of excited people that want to hear what he has to say about saving the economy, about dealing with Kamala Harris, and that's what you're dealing with. Yeah, it should not take this long to fix a problem this simple, you would think. No backup, no plan B. I don't know. You tell me.
Steve, it sounded like he was going in. The messaging of the speech tonight was taking a pretty direct aim and pretty serious tone as far as making out how desperate things are for the car industry and for the industries there. And he was taking a pretty hard tone in what he's going to do to save. And, he sounded like he was... he had real direct messaging and things he wanted to get across to the people of Michigan here.
Absolutely. Look, this has been a theme of his since his first campaign back in 2016. Let's be honest. American manufacturing is not what it used to be. It's a theme of the Trump campaign. We've talked about tariffs. We've talked about rebuilding manufacturing. We've talked about the middle class taking it on the chin. Look, Michigan is a place that when the national economy has a cold, Michigan gets the flu. Everybody knows that. We tend to take it harder and longer when it comes to a recession than any other state. I live here. I know. And it's harder to pull out of it. So, yeah, he's taking a hard tone because he knows that these people in Michigan want a chance to pay the bills, to feed the family, maybe to buy a new car once in a while or get a mortgage on a house. All those things have become far more difficult over the last 3.5 or 4 years. Yeah, he's fighting for the American family. That's his message here today. And it begins by fighting for American jobs. But you can't fight for American jobs when you've got no microphone.
We hear the crowd chanting there. Absolutely right. Aaron just said that they're thinking about giving him a bullhorn. I can't imagine. I just can't even imagine.
That'd be priceless.
That's crazy.
I mean, what's crazy is you see the speakers hanging there. I mean, not to get into an audio-visual discussion here, but I mean, I can't imagine that this is a house system. I mean, they had to have bring in to be serious, we're joking about Whitmer Electronics, but you would think they have to have brought in an AV company. I mean, having a little history in this, dealing with the amphitheater here on Long Island, we know what it's like when you bring in an audio system, video screens, audio speakers, microphones. I mean, for this to be taking this long is crazy.
Yeah, this has been absolutely absurd. I should have started a stopwatch on this and taken the over-under bet on a Friday night, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's Pizza Friday here on Live from Studio 6B, so it's kind of messed up our dinner as well here as we were watching the president.
Yeah.
So
had my feet up, had my pizza in my hand.
Oh, you guys get dinner?
Well,
really?
yeah, we have.
Wow.
Well, it's craft services
nice.
Sometimes. Yeah. Most days it's shaft services, but tonight it's actually craft services.
Shaft services, right?
Yeah. Very nice.
Oh, President Trump.
I don't know how long this is. This is absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how long this is, Obviously, this is a system failure, systemic failure that I've never seen anything like it. And I've been to more Trump rallies than I can imagine or even remember, right? I've been to them since 2016. I've been to scores of them. I've never seen this, never seen a failure like this. The crowd's still with him, but, I mean, at some point, at what point do you say, look, we got to do something different? I mean, at what point do you say, this isn't working, and apologize and say, let's try again? And unfortunately, he doesn't get to deliver his message here. But having said that, I think most voters are decided in America. I think most voters are decided in Michigan. I think if you look at the polling, there's something like 5 polls in a row, including a Michigan News Source poll that came out yesterday showing Donald Trump winning in Michigan. You look at Alyssa Slotkin, who's running for U.S. Senate as a Democrat, who basically came out here a couple of days ago with an ad saying, you can vote for me and somebody else if you need to. Basically saying you can split your ticket because she knows that Kamala Harris is not selling in Michigan. Same thing with Bob Casey in Pennsylvania saying, oh, look, I support Donald Trump.
I saw that.
Because they know that Pennsylvania's slipping away. I mean, right.
Tammy Baldwin, too, Steve. Tammy Baldwin's doing it in Wisconsin. She's running a commercial that says, I joined President Trump for this piece of legislation.
Yeah, and she's only up by 1 point. And I just saw Bernie Moreno winning in Ohio in a brand new poll today. I mean, you look at the Rust Belt states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It's not just about the presidency. It's about control of the United States Senate, because it looks like Tim Sheehy's going to win in Montana. Obviously, West Virginia already in the red column. So that puts you at 51. And everything else is just icing on the cake.
I mean, Steve, when you
I can only imagine. Here's a guy who fired people on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, to your point on the whole blue wall strategy too for her. You look at Wisconsin, you look at Michigan, you look at Pennsylvania. I mean, that strategy seemingly is out the window, because right now, dollars to donuts, if I had to put my dollars would be that she loses all 3 right now.
Yeah. Well, they're bringing the music up now, so maybe that's a good sign. Maybe the system's back. I don't know. I don't see him at the microphone yet. But, I'm watching this unfold the same as you are. The blue wall strategy is failing right now when you see the Senate candidates in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania all saying, well, hey, I supported Donald Trump on this. Kamala Harris says, she's all for border security and no tax on tips. I mean, pretty soon she'll have put out the book, The Art of the Deal, right? Because that's what they're all getting on board with, is Trump's ideas. And Kamala Harris, we'll see what she's going to do here. This is really baffling, though, guys. Really baffling.
You know what's interesting, too, about this is that, Steve, you just said you thought you heard music, and we thought we heard it, too. But you would think as soon as the mics went out, be like, all right, let's just put some music on and keep people entertained. They haven't been able to do that either. So that's what makes me think it's more than just a microphone issue.
And I did not see any indication. I mean, we've seen people running back and forth with cables, with microphones. I mean, down here, we're of course here in the on the riser in the back with all the media crews. All the networks are here, of course, and you've got all these technical people running back and forth, trying to figure out what's happening. And to be honest with you, it doesn't look like anybody has a clue as to what's happening.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that!
He's back. Oh, he's going to be ripping now.
He's going to go 2 hours.
They got it.
He is going to go 1 hour.
Hallelujah.
Do they have him? Looked like he went to talk. I still didn't hear him.
Wow.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That crowd was roaring.
Did he? Well, let's see. Is he going to attempt to speak?
Nothing.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you. So now what happens is I won't pay the bill for this stupid company that rented us this crap. I won't pay the bill, and then we'll have a story that Trump didn't pay the bill to a contractor. No, when they do that kind of a job, don't pay the bill. That's terrible. They also had a little problem with energy coming into the building, but I'm not blaming it on that. But here's my plan. Do we have fun? And can everybody hear perfectly now? I don't like the mic anyway. I didn't like it from the minute I started. And this is important because we're doing things here that are really going to be amazing. So let me know, and if it goes out again, I'll sue the ass off that company. We're going to sue them. And they'll say, what a horrible guy Trump is. He's a terrible guy. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, the free access to the best and biggest market on the planet, that's us. But only if they make their products here in America and hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their cars and products here, then they will pay a tariff, a very stiff tariff, when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our cherished companies. We're going to protect our companies. We're not going to let them steal our companies like they have in the past. We're going to call this policy Build It in America Plan. Because when foreign leaders and CEOs call me up to complain about our tariffs, my answer will be very simple. Build it in America. Very simple. And to be specific, build it in Detroit, and we'll give you good electricity. Or build it in Dearborn or Lansing or Grand Rapids or Flint. The centerpiece of this plan will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. So we brought the rate down, and you saw this, from close to 40% to 21%, and you've already had that. Nobody thought it could be done. We got it down to 21. Now we're going to get it down to 15%, but only if they build it in America. Does that make sense? And for those who don't make their product in America, they will be forced to pay tariffs, and we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars toward our budget. We'll pay down our debt. We'll reduce your taxes still further. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And we will take in so much money, and we will take in so many jobs, and we will be bringing, for the first time in years and years and decades, companies will be coming to us, and they'll be coming back to Detroit, and they'll love it. Some say my defense of American jobs makes me a protectionist. And yes, I will protect what is ours. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. And I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. These pro-worker policies are among the many reasons, and it's not protectionist, it's pro-worker. It's really not protectionist. We've had people ripping our country for years, decades, destroying. You look outside, you see all the hulks, you see the empty buildings. For years and years, they've been ripping us off. Now it's time for us to get it back. We're going to get it all back. These pro-worker policies are among the many reasons why I've been overwhelmingly endorsed by the rank-and-file membership of the Teamsters, including 62% of the Teamster members, and there are a lot of them here today. Stand up, please. Teamsters, we love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kamala does not even pretend to have a plan to save Detroit because she knows her agenda will reduce your future to rubble. She's not going to. Her plan will drive every company, even small businesses, out of our country or out of business. It's a disaster. It is a disaster. Kamala's inflation has already cost a typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she's proposing to raise the typical family's taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. So watch these two videos. Let's see if they have some electricity going to them, please. And it would be nice if the television cameras could watch them also, because they don't do that.
President, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy, but the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire.
Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in taxes.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at estate taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, and that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, carbon fee.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the worst mic I've ever had in my life. This is the worst. The tax queen is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production, along with the largest capital gains tax hike in the history of our country. In other words, she's going to tax your companies and you out of business. The companies are going to leave, and you're going to end up with the same mess that you've had for the last 40 years. In total, her proposals are estimated to kill almost 1 million full-time jobs. Under Kamala, who knows absolutely nothing about what we're doing, it will be economic Armageddon for Detroit. You go back further, but very simply, we're going to make it great. We're going to make it so good. You're going to have jobs coming in like never before. under Trump will turn this city into the most powerful jobs magnet in the history of the world. Upon taking office, I will immediately begin to eliminate every job-killing regulation in the books. We eliminated more than any other president in 4 years. There's never been a president that eliminated more, times 5. As a senator, this one here, Kamala. You know, I'd like to call her Harris, but nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. You ever see that? Like, you say Harris. Who the hell is Harris? As a senator, Kamala voted to impose a 100% ban on gas-powered cars and trucks, which would kill an estimated 200,000 U.S. auto jobs. On day one of the Trump administration, I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will end the Green New Scam once and for all. We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months. So listen, I will cut your energy prices in half, 50%, 5-0, cut them in half, within 12 months of taking office. That's going to bring everything down. I will massively cut taxes for workers and small business, and we will also have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, and they will be so. Listen to that. What will that do for the cars? Fully tax deductible interest on a car. You buy a car and you get a deduction. Wall Street called me up. They said, how the hell did you think of that idea? That's a good one, because affording a car is essential to restoring the American dream, and you're going to have the American dream finally. You haven't had it in 50 years. Working with Elon Musk, is he good or what? I saw that rocket come down 3-4 days ago. That sucker was coming down. I said, oh my God, I never saw anything like it. I was on the phone with a friend. I'm talking about something. I don't know, something maybe having to do with Detroit. Could that be possible? But I'm talking on the phone, and I see the screen is on and no sound. And I'm saying, wait a minute, I have to put the phone down. I don't believe what I'm seeing. And I saw that big monster coming down, that big, it's like a 20-story building or something coming down. The engines are glowing and they're firing and spitting. And I said, it's going to crash. It's going to crash into the gantry. Don't crash. And then you see another engine take it perfectly and lands right in the spot that it took off. I said, that must be Elon. He's the only, nobody else. It must be Elon. So I called up Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He goes, that was me. I said, who else can do it? Nobody. I said, can Russia do it? No. Can the U.S. do it? Meaning the U.S. outside of you? He said, no, nobody can do that. I said, you're the coolest. That's pretty. And he endorsed me a long time ago, actually, saying it's the most important election we've ever had. But working with Elon Musk, we will cut trillions of dollars in government waste. He's very good at that. He knows better than anybody. It won't affect anybody other than it'll look awfully good, and it'll help bring our country back. I want to thank also Elon for campaigning so hard in Pennsylvania. You know, he's actually feels this. Can you imagine? He just lands his biggest landing anyone's ever seen, and he leaves for Pennsylvania to campaign for me. Can you imagine that? And you know, he also, and we got to say this, I went to North Carolina, which was hit hard. Georgia, too, really hit hard. But in North Carolina, they had no communications. It was like they were an island unto themselves. And I said to the people, what can we do? He said, we have no communication. People are dying. It's a mess. They said the federal government, Washington, is doing a terrible job. Sir, do you know Elon Musk? I said, I happen to know him. He endorsed me. He said, what's the problem? He said, can you get Starlink? I said, what the hell is Starlink? And they explained it to me. I'm a fast study. It didn't take too long. So I called up Elon and I was saying, Elon, we're in North Carolina. The people are really, it's devastation here. It's unbelievable. They have no communication to the mainland. It's like it cut it off. It's incredible. The water was we've never seen anything like that. I said, Elon, Starlink, it's very hard to get, by the way, because it's very successful, very hard to get. He said, can you get Starlink, a lot of those suckers, can you get them for North Carolina and parts of Georgia? And I was talking to him about it, and all of a sudden I get a call on the other line. It's the man from North Carolina. Thank you, sir, for getting the Starlink. I said, I haven't even finished my conversation. Now think of that. I said, Elon, I haven't even finished my conversation, and they're already saying you said, that's right, I do that. I do two things at one time. I can do that. So he's great. He saved a lot of lives, I think, and he really. And by the way, the Starlink worked perfectly. As soon as it got there, it was perfect. So thank you to Elon for that. He did a great job. And if we do all of this, our flag will fly proudly once more over the gleaming new factories, and the whole world will witness Michigan's resurgence. Wealth will flood into our country and into the hands of our great workers. And that is the future that awaits for Detroit under a certain gentleman named President Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? It's going to be real. It's going to be real. As we rebuild our economy, we'll also restore our borders. Did you ever see anything like what's coming in through our borders? Criminals, drug dealers, prisoners, people from mental institutions. For 4 straight years, Kamala has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo, and she's resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent Americans. I happen to think it's the worst thing that's happened. I think it's worse than inflation. I think it's worse than a bad economy. I think it's the worst thing that happened to us. 21 million people. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. I have no choice. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country, or to say it a little differently, Kamala, but I don't give a damn if I pronounce it right. Who the hell can pronounce it? It's the savage Venezuelan prison gang, Tren de Aragua. Do you know them? Very nice. It's a very nice group of young gentlemen. Very fine people. They were gang members in Venezuela. We let them into our country. By the way, they're taking over parts of cities all over the place. But in Aurora, Colorado, and communities in all 50 states, this gang is terrorizing law-abiding citizens, including taking over multiple apartment complexes. You have to take a look at this. Take a look.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua
Sinaloa gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
Just so you know, we have the most dangerous criminals in the world in our country now. The most that we never had anything like this. These are the most dangerous criminals in the world. They make our criminals look like very nice people. That's about the only thing you can say. But they are the worst, among the worst people, and they come from all over the world. I thought it was 158 countries. Last week they reported is 181 countries. They're coming from all over the world. They're emptying their prisons into our country, mental institutions into our country, and they're taking their street gangs and their drug dealers and terrorists are now in our country. 21 million people came in under their rule, and she was in charge of the border. She's a grossly incompetent person, and we can't let this happen. We have to get the hell out and vote and get them out of here. The United States is now an occupied country. How about that? You ever think you'd be hearing that? We're an occupied country. We're being occupied. You know, if you have a 1 million-person army, that's a big army. They've got millions and millions of people. If they just take a small percentage of them, they'd have 6 million man or woman army. Think of that. They've let these people into our country. They're emptying out the jails all over the world, the mental institutions all over the world. They're coming in. I think it's the biggest problem we have. I don't care. Deflation and inflation is all bad stuff. But this is, the polls say the biggest problem is our economy, which stinks. The second biggest problem is inflation, which is devastating, worst we've ever had. And the third is our border. I think the border is the first biggest problem, if you want to know the truth. But November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. And when I get rid of this microphone at the end of this speech, it's going to be Liberation Day for Donald J. Trump, because I'm blowing out my voice to get this sucker done. I'm blowing out my voice. But I'm going to get through this speech because you're from Detroit. We're going to turn this place around. We're going to make sure that electric current comes into it like it should. Liberation of Donald Trump. Good night, folks. That's terrible. But I think it's okay. I mean, you can hear. If I scream like hell into the mic, I think it's good for you, not so good for me. But that's okay. That's what my life has been about for the last 10 years, and that's good because we love you. We're going to turn it all around for you. Under Kamala Harris, 13,099 illegal aliens, convicted murderers are on the loose in the United States. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. Have no choice. We have no choice. I will rescue every town across America that's been invaded and conquered, and I will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country, which is my number one choice. To expedite removals of the Tren de Aragua gangs and other savage gangs like MS-13, which is just as bad. We have by the thousands now. I took them out by the thousands. and they now are coming back in by the thousands. These people, what they've done to our country, I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. That's where we had to go, to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. We will call it Operation Aurora. We want to pay tribute to Aurora, Colorado. The governor there is a radical left Democrat. He is petrified. The guy doesn't want to walk out of his mansion. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. So we keep them out. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Kamala's migrant invasion is also devastating our great African-American community, stealing American jobs, crushing wages, undercutting the voting power of our own citizens, and bringing drugs, crime, and death to our country. You know, we're devastating the African-American population. They're taking their jobs. It's terrible. It's terrible. And also Hispanic. They're taking a lot of Hispanic jobs. And the jobs created by Biden are all being taken by people coming into the country illegally. So, you know, it's terrible. Yet Kamala says there is nothing she would do differently. Listen to this. She'll do nothing differently.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret. Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition. US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room?
Yes.
You know, she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California along with Gavin Newsom. Destroyed it. Did you say when Newsom said that you're not allowed to even ask for voter ID? If anybody asks somebody for voter ID, it's considered a crime. You know why? Because they want to cheat. There's only one reason why. We want to be very careful. Detroit, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and vote. You have to get out and vote right now. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge some of our great friends. And he just spoke, so I don't want to have to waste his time, but he did just speak, and he's great. He's one of our really true leaders in this country. We're all lucky to have him running for the Senate. Mike Rogers. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you, Mike. And I don't want him to get up and use this crappy microphone that they sent. I don't want him to do that. I want to keep him good and healthy. Unlike Trump, I want him to have his voice tomorrow. When I get up tomorrow and I can't speak, I'm going to say Detroit did it to me, but that's... We're also pleased to be joined by a future star and really a current star. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. Congressman, do you know who he is? Byron Donalds. Congressman Donalds. Thank you. Thank you, Byron. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. Thank you very much, Byron. Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall. Matt, thank you, Matt. How are we doing here, Matt? We doing good? Gonna win, I hope. We gotta win. So far, we're winning. And Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. A man, thank you very much, Eric. A man that I said, you got to do this, you got to do it. He wasn't sure if he wanted to, you know, he had a great career. I said, I'm sorry, Pete Hoekstra, you got to do it. You got to become the GOP chairman. Ambassador Pete Hoekstra. Thank you, Pete. Great job. So, Pete, are we going to win? How are we doing? Thus far, I hear like way above projection. We're not even talking about polls anymore. These are way above projection. A man who is probably more knowledgeable about auto workers for Trump and auto workers, period, and who knows exactly what we're doing. He's a member of the union, but he's not happy with what they're doing, with the whole thing, what they're doing. You know, they've lost a lot of jobs over the last few months, and it's going to continue until you have no jobs in this country. We're not going to let it happen. We are going to have more jobs, and it's going to be more powerful as an automobile capital than it was in its heyday 60 years, 70 years ago. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fast. Brian, stand up. Panebecker, Brian Panebecker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. And Dr. Masad Boulos, great friend of mine, and Michael Boulos, my son-in-law. He's a wonderful young man. Stand up, please. That's good. That's good. He got lucky. He married Tiffany. And they're having a baby, a beautiful little baby. We also have a man highly respected in Michigan, Imam Husseini. Imam, please, wherever you may be, stand up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. And we have a guy, I made so much money with this guy. He was brutal. He was a brutal man. Happened to come from a place called Detroit, or as they say, Detriot. He says, I come from Detroit, which is cool as hell if you're the hitman, Tommy Hearns. The hitman. Tommy, come up here, Tommy. Come up, come. Come up here. Tommy the hitman. We love Tommy. I won so much money betting on this guy. He was brutal. We love that. Look at him. He still looks good. He still looks good. Wow. They have to take that. You know, Secret Service has got a little, I don't know, is there such a thing as over? But Tommy's going to have to cross about 9 gates. I don't think so, Tommy. About 25 years ago, he would have just hopped over him. Hey, Tommy, you're so good, huh? You think I could take you now in a fight right now? No, I don't think so. I don't think, look at him, he wants to, oh no, he wants to fight. Oh. Tommy the Hitman. Man, oh man. Some of the greatest fights in history. Oh, look, he wants to come up. We should have him up, right? Come on, Tommy. Man, oh man. I saw him in the audience. I said, we got to get. I see a lot of people in the audience. I'm not bringing them up. Come on, Tommy. one of the greatest fighters of all time, and man, I'll tell you what, he was something special. And thank you, Tommy. And he looks great, doesn't he? He looks great.
Donald, hear those nice words come from you, man? It's got to be real. It's got to be real. Because I myself, I never thought I was a great fighter, but I thought I did a pretty good job. But hearing it come from you, Donald, I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Ah, that's good.
I want to fight now.
He did good. He fight. He was a natural. He had the greatest. He had hips a little bit smaller than mine. He had shoulders a little bit larger than mine. See, he went in the right proportions. That's the way it's supposed to be, right? Thank you, Tommy. They love him in Detroit, right? They love him in Detroit. Another man that they love in Detroit is a rapper, and he's one of the hottest in the world, actually. Trick. Where's Trick? Trick. Come here, Trick. Come here. Maybe we should have him do a little rapping or something, huh? Come here. Look at him. He looks good. He looks good. You look good. Do a little rapping if you want. Have a little fun. You'll have fun.
What up, though, Detroit? If y'all know about Trick, y'all know I'm about bringing it all to Detroit. So please welcome the 47th President of the United States as we make Detroit great again.
Thank you very much. That's great. You have some great people here, I tell you. This is a great place. We're going to really we're going to make it great again, like the country. And we did it. And then we have to do it again because they blew it. They blew it to hell. But we're going to do it again. Thank you, Trick. Here are some of the facts on Kamala Harris. You know, after talking to the hitman and Trick, it seems sort of boring getting back into Kamala, but that's what we got to do. We got to save our country, right? Mr. Wall, stand up, please. This guy's great. You know, he's a wealthy guy. He made a lot of money. He comes to, how many would you say you're at? 350 something? He's got a lot. This guy's got lots of cash. And I love it. Someday I'm going to wear one of them to a rally. I think it would be well received because we built 571 miles of wall. We had it made. We were going to build another 200 miles of wall. And then they decided to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. But we're going to get it. We're going to get it done. We built much more than I said I was going to build. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. By the way, my all-time favorite graph. Can we put it up? That's my all-time favorite. Illegal immigration saved my life, if you think about it. But that arrow in the bottom, that's when I left office. That was the lowest point of illegal immigration. That included drugs and so many other things. It was just everything. But it was also, you know, they dealt with so many different elements of different forms of crime, the people that were coming in. And look what happened after that. Look at that. So that was me. That was me, and the last day, and then you look, it was like a rocket ship. It was like Elon Musk sent the rocket ship up, and that was loaded up with criminals of the worst kind, and that's what we have now in our country. And it's worse than that because that one, I want to keep it just the way it was. I'm not going to change it at all. But the numbers on the right, they continue for a long time. It's just an amazing thing. But we love that piece of paper. We love that chart more than any. I sleep with it. I kiss it every night. I do have that throbbing feeling in my right ear. Throbbing feel, but that's okay. That's great. Thank you very much. So that was the best in history. That was the best in recorded history anyway. That was the lowest. It was the day I left office. They had human trafficking at a level, the lowest level. Now it's about 12 times higher. And they traffic in women. They traffic, in children, but they traffic in women more than any other thing. It's a horrible, you wouldn't even believe it could be possible. So thank you very much. I just wanted to see if you had that. I looked to the right and a lot of things happened. And you know, we went to Butler a few weeks ago and we had a celebration. 101,000 people showed up. 101,000, Butler, Pennsylvania, 101,000 people showed up, and it was a beautiful tribute to Corey, the great firefighter. He was a great guy, a big Trump fan. And two other wonderful gentlemen were really hurt badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and the doctors did an unbelievable job, and they're getting better and better and better, but that's a rough thing. That was some evening, I will tell you. But what was really some, and we had an opera singer that was so incredible, right? We had an opera singer that was incredible. We had the bells of Notre Dame. Now, they were recorded. We tried bringing them over, but they wouldn't let us do that. But we had a moment of silence, then the bells rang, and then the opera singer sang, and we had Ave Maria by Pavarotti. We had a whole night. It was an unbelievable tribute. It was a tribute to him. 101,000 people. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than Bernie Sanders and even worse than Pocahontas. Does anyone know Pocahontas? The great Pocahontas, they said, you should never use that term. Please apologize. I said, I'd like to apologize to the real Pocahontas for... Kamala destroyed our border. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement. Anybody that wants to defund the police even for one day, we don't want them. They're not worthy of being the president of the United States. If you have that ideology, and she does, she's a Marxist, communist, fascist, anything you want. Remember I said, we will never be a socialist country. Remember I said that as a state. We will not be a socialist country. And I was right. We skipped socialism. We went down to communism. So I was right. I like to be right. I was right for the wrong reasons, right? Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are the greatest people. They're tough, they're smart, and they love our country, and they take people out that nobody else wants to touch. I have some friends in the front row. They're very tough. They're not doing it. They said, we'll pass. And she wants to get rid of them. She wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She pledged, think of that, she pledged to confiscate your guns. Would anybody like to give up their guns? She wants to confiscate. You feel a little safer when you have all these criminals. Think of it. They allow hundreds of thousands of prisoners to come into our country. Some are murderers, some are drug dealers. They come in and then they say, by the way, we're taking away your guns also, right? They don't go, would anybody like to volunteer to give up your guns? Please raise your hand. Oh, we have a one guy. I have a feeling he won't be doing it when they... Nah, thank you very much. Good. Thank you. Sit down. That's enough. That's enough. He's our friend, but that's enough. And endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She wants to endorse a ban, a big one. She already did. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. How about that one? And most importantly of all, she lied about working at McDonald's. That's like not a big thing, but can I be honest with you? It's terrible. But there is a video, you know, we talk about woke and they want to take us woke. And we have a video that I think you'll enjoy. It's about when we won 2 world wars, when we were although we did defeat ISIS in about 4 weeks, I will tell you, we have a great military, but I think you'll enjoy this, the way it used to be and the way it is right now.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the number!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Ah!
I hear it and I know, I know you wanna take.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I.
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as the brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Let me know just who I am. Let me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
Pretty cool, right? We won 2 world wars, remember that? We won plenty of others, and we defeated ISIS so rapidly nobody can believe it. In a matter of weeks, they said it was going to take 5 years. We did it in a matter of weeks. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala, and we are going to save America. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always cherish our great American flag. We will cut your taxes, crush inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and create the greatest job boom the world has ever seen. We're going to do that very easily. Very easily. We will hire American, buy American, build American, grow American, and show the whole world that the American dream is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I will stop the... Absolutely, darling. And I will stop the global theft of American jobs and turn the U.S. into the manufacturing superpower of the world. I will end the war in Ukraine immediately. I will get it done while I'm president-elect. Stop the chaos in the Middle East and prevent World War III. We are very close to World War. We are very, very close to World War III because we have incompetent people. Ukraine would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. It was caused by their stupid energy policy. None of this stuff would have happened, and we wouldn't have had that horrible situation in Afghanistan, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. 13 dead soldiers, many people dead, many people and soldiers just devastated, loss of legs and arms. All of that wouldn't have happened. And of course, we gave them tens of billions of dollars worth of brand new military equipment that I bought, and they gave it away to the Taliban. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And because of that, Putin said, this is a paper tiger. I'm going to go into Ukraine, but he would have never done it if I were president. And even the Democrats admit that, frankly. I will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. You know, I rebuilt our military. We rebuilt our military, but we're going to bring it to a next step. We will build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA. A lot of it made right here. And we will put the stars and stripes on the surface of Mars, and maybe with the help of Elon, we'll get it done quickly. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will, remember this one, we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. It'll be gone. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, your right to free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. We will do that. Second Amendment. After years and years of building up other countries, we will protect our borders, defend our families, and protect our American suburbs, cities, and towns like never before. We will end sanctuary cities, and we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will put American citizens first. We will put American citizens first, American children first, American patients first, American taxpayers first, American workers first, and American communities first. And we will put communists, Marxists, and fascists last, if that's okay. And they will always be last. They will never make a comeback. They're getting very close. We got to win this election, or they're going to be there. They're going to be there. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. And we will be a strong, proud, and free nation once again. We will defend our civilization, reclaim our sovereignty, and I will give you back your freedom, your future, and your life. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda once and for all. We want a landslide, and it looks like that could be happening. Too big to risk. Early voting is underway, so get everyone you know and go out and vote. Go tomorrow. It's just starting. Go and vote. Make sure you vote and bring all our friends that want to vote for us. Tell them, Jill, get your fat husband off the couch. Get that fat pig off the couch. Tell him to go and vote for Trump. He's going to save our country. Get that guy the hell off her. Get him up, Jill. Slap him around. Get him up. Get him up, Jill. We want him off the couch to get out and vote. Bring your friends and get them out. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge. This is true. I really believe this. We're on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help from now until Election Day, we're talking about 19 days. 19. We will redeem America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We have to take it back because we've lost it. We've lost it. Nothing will sway us. Nothing will slow us, and no one will stop us. We will press forward to our magnificent American destiny, and together we will fight, 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 and vote, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. And November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, there you go. President Trump live in Detroit, Michigan. Obviously, somewhat agitated by the audio issues and the microphone and how hard he has to speak, I guess, to get his the mic to pick him up. He said he's going to have no voice by tomorrow. So not happy with that, but he got through. Crowd was with him the whole time.
Towel dance
is going on, so he's still fired up about that. And
now he's milking the cow.
Look at the crowd shaking the camera. They're excited.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the camera shake. The crowd is jumping up and down there. It must be. So there you go, Delgado. What'd you think? I mean, obviously a night where the president was taken off a little bit off his game with the whole audio problem.
Yeah, but you know what? He made light of it, right? I mean,
he stayed up there on the stage, right?
Right.
I was checking social media after he started up again, and people were like, why aren't they getting him off the stage? I think people are really on edge when he's just out in the open now.
Yeah.
For an extended period of time for seemingly no reason. Like, why not just get him out of there? But
yeah, I think it was like 15 minutes or so. The microphone went down. He had no audio. And, he just kind of stayed up there, was yapping to people in the crowd, walking back and forth. But, it may have taken him off his game, but he kind of used it as well, as any smart entertainer does.
This goes out again. I'm going to sue the S out of him.
Exactly. And he kept mentioning it through. And part of it, too, was it did get under his skin because it annoyed him, you could tell, because he kept bringing it up at different parts of the speech.
Yeah.
But, overall, to be able to sit there and use that as a piece of your presentation, I mean, again, Kamala, could you do that? Probably not.
No. She would have left. She would have had to leave. She would have had no choice but to leave if that happened to her. But you can expect, if not already, I haven't checked, that her campaign is so desperate. The reprobates that are making the social media decisions on her campaign at this point. This morning, the president did Fox and Friends at I think 7:00.
Yeah.
Then he left Fox and Friends and went to Bongino.
Yep, at 9:30, 9:45.
At around 9:45, which if you were watching my morning stream, we watched the entire Bongino interview with President Trump happen as it was happening. So we watched him there. And at the end of the Bongino interview, he said something to Dan. He said, Dan, unfortunately, I really got to go. And Dan said, no problem, and he had him sign a baseball for charity. Well, the reprobates that run her social media company came out a couple hours later and said that President Trump had to abruptly end his interview with Dan Bongino because he was exhausted.
What? Oh, they're going with the exhausted thing.
Yeah. So they're trying to play the party who gave us oatmeal brains for 3.5 years and told us that everything was fine with him is going to try to play the age card now with President Trump.
Meanwhile, he's done, 60, I think, events compared to her 20? Who's exhausted?
It's probably a bigger span than that.
Yeah.
He did more interviews in the first 4 hours of the day today than she's done in 3 weeks.
Yeah, because then he went also, and did he do Kane and Undertaker today, or was that yesterday?
I don't know. He did something with them, too.
Yeah, and they had a nice little plug.
He did Tyrus yesterday.
Yep, he did Tyrus after he did, I guess, was it after the 5, or was that separate?
I think it was after.
Okay.
But so they're trying to play so their closing argument is going to be, he's too old, he's too mean, he tweets too much, his tweets are mean tweets.
Now he's exhausted.
We can't go back to Trump. That's her closing argument. It's not vote for me for any reasons that I'll make your life better. Her closing argument is vote for me because you can't go back to him. That's pretty much what we're left with.
Yeah, it's not really a campaign. She's not out there campaigning for her like, this is why you should vote for me. I'm going to do great with this and this. Just don't vote for him. If that's your pitch, don't vote for him. Well, then, okay, don't vote for him, but then stay home, because obviously there's nothing that she's offering you aside from the fact that she doesn't want you to vote for him, and that's not enough to that leads you down to the bathroom to flush the toilet.
All right, let's go back out to Detroit, Michigan. Our own Steve Gruber was on the ground, obviously, through all of this. Listen to the president's speech tonight. Obviously has a better handle than almost anybody at what's going on in that state. Steve, welcome on back. I don't know if you heard what we were just talking about, but obviously the president there, a little agitated tonight, I think, with the audio, but made it work, got to the end of the speech. And we're talking about Kamala Harris. I'm sure is going to use this, and somehow, as she has with other things, their closing argument seems to be they're going to play the age card after telling us that oatmeal brains was fine for 3.5 years. Biden. Now they're going to play the age card with Trump. And their basic pitch is that, well, we can't go back to him, so vote for me. Not for any reason that I'm going to make your life better, but just we don't want him.
Exactly. Yeah, they got nothing else to offer. That's a fact. And Donald Trump did make his way through that strange audio problem. I think you guys are about right at about 15 minutes, aggravating to him. He says, I'll fire those guys. I won't pay them. And I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. I don't know if it was Whitmer Electric or whoever's in charge of that. But the takeaway here is more of the same. It is the economy is not what it should be. Not for Michigan, not for manufacturers. He wants to bring manufacturing back to Michigan. That's a fact. He has to. He has to bring it back. He has to bring the jobs back. You know, you have this worker participation in America is not what it was before COVID. And, you know, they keep talking about how good the economy is to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but it's just simply not true. Worker participation is lower today than it was before COVID. They can say they brought jobs back, but all those were rebound jobs that were there in 2020 that are now coming back. This is not a good economy. We have a national debt at $36 trillion, and they need to bring jobs back in the form of factory jobs to Michigan, manufacturing jobs to America. He talked about tariffs. He talked about the fact that Kamala wouldn't do anything different. He played that clip. He's been using those clips a lot lately, using the big screens to play clips of Kamala Harris and other points that he wants to make. I think he did it effectively. The crowd hugged with him during that strange, long, painful problem with the microphone, but he made it through, and he delivered for the folks here. And I am going to tell you guys, he'll be back 2 or 3 more times in the next 18 days to Michigan. It's critical. He told me months ago, Donald Trump told me on 2 different occasions months ago, that he believed that Michigan was the key to victory. I think he still believes that. Of course, Pennsylvania's key, but as we were talking about earlier, every single swing state now from Real Clear Politics in Donald Trump's column. Will that hold? I don't know. But he doesn't have to win them all, as you know. If he wins 4 of them, he wins the presidency. If he wins anything beyond that, it's a cakewalk back to the White House. And look, he's actually got policies to talk about. He's got actual plans to talk about, including the Elon Musk, which he went to again here tonight, talking about how Elon Musk can be a critical part of his administration, and so many more great people. That's it from Detroit, guys. I think that he delivered on a tough night for the folks in the technical department. But look, the bottom line is you can vote in Michigan now. I already did, and these folks will as well, and they're going to take Donald Trump back to the White House. At least that's the way it looks from where I'm standing.
All right, there you go. Great stuff, as always. The great Steve Gruber. Of course, you hear him right here on Real America's Voice. Steve, thank you very much. Great stuff out there. All right, there you go. I mean, no one knows it better than Steve does. I was going to, one of the other things you're hearing about is I saw this foreign analyst on CNN tonight talking about Michigan and talking about Dearbornistan. And does anybody have a real handle on how many Arab Americans or that population up there is not going to vote for Harris Biden because of what's going on with Israel? Do we know if and how much that will affect her? How many people are going to stay away from her?
Right.
We always hear about the Adam Kinzinger part of the Republican Party is going to stay away from voting for Trump. If not, they're going to vote for her. But how many in Dearbornistan are going to stay away from voting for Harris because of what's going on?
Yeah,
nobody knows.
But we saw an indication of it, right, during the primaries, where they did, where they showed up and vote for no one or something like that, earlier this year. and it rattled the Democrats because this is a voting segment that they rely on over there, and for them to show up and do that sent a clear message. And I guess it really stems from the position with Israel.
Here's the clip from CNN, and again, you can see by the lower third what they're talking about. I have audio in the background. That's true. Why do I have audio in the background? Yes, I do. Okay. Sorry about that. Thanks, Aaron. Here's the clip of her talking about can't find one who's going to vote for.
The business sector in the Arab American community. And I was really surprised this week to get an earful to hear them say that they would much rather either vote a third party, not vote at all, or vote for Donald Trump. And I'm telling you, it's not obviously a significant sample size, but I cannot find one Arab American within my social circle in business or personally who have said that they will vote for Kamala Harris. When you look at the polling, it seems sort of neck and neck. What they are saying, and this is not a Donald Trump campaign line, that Tiffany Trump's father-in-law, who's a Lebanese businessman, has been successful in kind of converting and talking to people to explain why Trump would be better. Even with the Muslim ban, even with everything else that has happened, they feel they do not have any political clout. They don't have any political operation. The only political power they have is their vote, even if it means the rise of Donald Trump.
That's extraordinary.
Mm-hmm. It certainly is.
Pizza rolls are done.
So there you go.